Chapter 91. Are you really second brother's child? After receiving the true teachings of the slicing deal, the god of destruction went offline to prepare how to make the cut. Su Chen also felt a bit sentimental. Letting the wicked blade technique from another world appear on the Douluo continent, he didn't know if it was a good thing, or how much harm it would bring to people. The others were still just potential victims, but Tang San, the fated victim, had actually arrived in Heaveno City. Little San, where is that relative you mentioned? Just after entering the city, Yu Xiaogang asked curiously. The Clear Sky sect had been traceless for these years, with even less information than the already destroyed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Xiaogang hadn't expected the Clear Sky sect to still have personnel in Heaveno City. Teacher, just follow me. This was the first time Tang San had come to Heaveno City in this life, but with the memories of his past life, he was naturally familiar with the path. He also cast a deep look in the direction of the Heaveno Imperial Palace. There, the wise crown prince, deeply loved by the court and public, was actually the young lord of the Spirit Hall. After confirming that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been wiped out, and most likely by the Spirit Hall, Tang San had considered whether to expose Qian Runshui's identity in advance. But after thinking about it for a moment, he gave up on the idea. Exposing Qian Runshui's identity now would only cause the Spirit Hall to be driven to desperation prematurely, starting the process of establishing the Spirit Empire and destroying the two great empires. Right now, he and the other Shrek 7 devils had not yet grown up. If the Spirit Hall were to launch a major offensive, he would still be powerless to stop them. Exposing Qian Runshui's identity at this time would be completely harmful and of no benefit, and might even end up helping the Spirit Hall. However, Tang San still had worries in his heart. The Spirit Hall destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect ahead of schedule must have had a reason. He worried that even if he didn't take the initiative to expose Qian Runshui's identity, the Spirit Hall's process of destroying the two great empires would still accelerate. Thinking of this, he cast another deep look at the Heaveno Imperial Palace. But this time, he was thinking of the vast sea cosmic shroud in the Heaveno Imperial Palace. For him to successfully complete the Sea God's God position legacy, the vast sea cosmic shroud was essential. Moreover, the vast sea cosmic shroud provided him with a lot of assistance, so getting it earlier would be even better. But this was only a thought. In his past life, he was able to obtain the vast sea cosmic shroud, the Heaveno Empire's national treasure, from Emperor Shuiyi because he had performed the meritorious service of saving the emperor and protecting the country. Trying to swindle the vast sea cosmic shroud with just empty words, even if the Heaveno Imperial family couldn't use this treasure, wouldn't be that easy. If Qian Runshui were not in the Imperial Palace, Tang San could try to sneak in and steal it. With the Ghost Shadow perplexing track, Tang San felt the chances of success were not small. But Qian Runshui had two-titled douluo by her side, and he wasn't confident he could evade the perception of two-titled douluo. At this moment, Tang San began to miss Tang Hao again. He thought that even if his father still had old injuries, going to the Heaveno Imperial Palace to get the sea god's heart shouldn't be much of a problem. Who are you looking for? Upon entering the Moon Pavilion, a maid, whose temperament and demeanor were both excellent, asked. I am looking for your pavilion master Tang. Looking for the pavilion master. From the clothing and travel-worn appearance of Tang San's group, the maid could tell that their background was likely very ordinary. The Moon Pavilion dealt with noble children of the Heaveno Empire, and those who required the pavilion master to personally receive them were only the nobles belonging to the very top of the Heaveno Empire. It wasn't that she was looking down on them, but if she went to report every time someone wanted to see the pavilion master, she wouldn't be able to keep her job at the Moon Pavilion. May I ask what you are looking for the pavilion master for? The pavilion master is busy with matters. If it's just a general matter, you can tell me. Hearing this, the bandit-like nature belonging to Shrek Academy couldn't help but stir in Flender. Shrek taught students to dare to cause trouble, let alone the teachers and the dean. They were all experts at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If not for the fact that Tang San had brought him here, and that this was the territory of Tang San's relative, Flender might have already staged a scene of acting cool and slapping faces. Go tell Pavilion Master Tang that her second brother's child has come. Tang San knew the deep affection between his aunt and his father. As long as she heard news related to his father, his aunt would definitely come out to see him immediately. You are the Pavilion Master's nephew. This maid could be considered a veteran of the Moon Pavilion, and she had never seen any relatives visit Tang Yuehua. However, she dared not be negligent, and dubiously let Tang San and the others wait for a moment before hurrying off to report. Little San, is this pavilion master Tang you mentioned your father's sister? Flender didn't yet know Tang San's true identity, but seeing Yu Xiaogang be so cautious, and the vaguely revealed word, how, he immediately associated it with the Clear Sky sect. Little San is a disciple of the Clear Sky sect. Flender was somewhat glad he hadn't lost his temper just now. Causing trouble on the Clear Sky sect's territory, even if he had 9 heads, it wouldn't be enough. Although the Clear Sky sect had disappeared for so long, Flender still remembered their former formidable ferocity. Not long after the maid left, footsteps came from upstairs. A graceful and luxurious woman walked quickly downstairs, her gaze scanning Tang San and the others, and then it stopped on Xiao Wu's face. Child, are you second brother's child? Xiao Wu looked bewildered. It wasn't that Tang Yuehua was blind, but rather that Tang San's current appearance was at the level where he could be thrown into a crowd and would be hard to recognize. It was far from the majestic, overbearing, and arrogant second brother Tang Hao in Tang Yuehua's memory. Instead, Xiao Wu's appearance was quite pretty, more worthy of attention than the plain-looking Tang San. Ahem, Aunt, I am the one who is Dad's child. Tang San hadn't expected Tang Yuehua to mistake Xiao Wu for his father's child, although saying that wasn't exactly wrong. After all, a daughter-in-law is half a daughter. You really are second brother's son. Tang Yuehua's eyes were filled with excitement. After many years, this was the first time she had heard news of Tang Hao. But amidst the excitement, she also lacked no suspicion. The Clear Sky sect now had only her alone in the outside world collecting intelligence and gathering information. If the spirit hall found out, it would be bad. Please look, this is my spirit, from my mother. As he spoke, Tang San released his blue-silver grass spirit. Looking at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, Tang Yuehua's expression was somewhat dazed. Second brother and that woman had another child. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt a sense of desolation in her heart. Child, you come with me first. Little San, third brother. Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Wu both called out. Xiao Wu, you, teacher, and the dean stay here, don't worry about me. Hearing Tang San call Yu Xiaogang teacher, Tang Yuehua ordered people to entertain them. Well, then took Tang San to a quiet room. Seeing that Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit could be cultivated, Tang Yuehua basically confirmed his identity, but she still asked. Did your spirit follow your mother's? No, it also followed my father's. In his past life, Tang San had hidden the fact that he possessed twin spirits for quite a while. However, he still trusted his aunt, Tang Yuehua, very much. Please look again. The heavy Clear Sky Hammer spirit then appeared. Clear Sky Hammer, that's right, it is the Clear Sky Hammer, you must be second brother's child. Tang Yuehua's eyes welled up with hot tears, unable to control herself from the excitement, and she hugged Tang San tightly. Chapter 92. Fooling a teacher first. After the aunt and nephew recognized each other, Tang Yuehua was quite emotional for a while. It was not until she had hugged Tang San for quite some time that she finally calmed down. Child, you have suffered these past few years. What is your name? Second brother is proficient in both literature and martial arts, so he must have given you a wonderful name, right? Previously, she had been too preoccupied with doubting the authenticity of Tang San's identity. It was only now that Tang Yuehua remembered to ask for her nephew's name. Aunt, my name is Tang San. Tang San, a good name, simple and unadorned, yet not lacking in charm. Second brother is still as talented as ever. It was hard to tell whether Tang Yuehua truly thought the name was good, or if it was simply because it was the name Tang Hao had chosen. Little San, why did you come to find me alone? Where is second brother? Why didn't he come? What Tang Yuehua cared about most was Tang Hao's whereabouts. Father has some matters to attend to. Once he finishes, he will definitely come. Tang San did not know where Tang Hao had gone now either, so he could only answer vaguely. Is that so? Tang Yuehua felt a little regretful. She really wanted to see how Tang Hao had been living all these years and if there had been any changes. However, the fact that Tang San could come to find her at least showed that second brother still remembered her as his younger sister and trusted her deeply. As long as Tang San had come, could meeting second brother be far off? Little San, come tell me how you have been living all these years. In this regard, Tang San did not lie much. When Tang Yuehua heard that her once awe-inspiring and high-spirited second brother had actually been reduced to living in seclusion in a dilapidated village, passing his days with wine, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Second brother, he has suffered these past years. Little San, you must have suffered quite a bit all these years too, right? Stay here with Aunt from now on, I definitely won't let you suffer any more. Tang San had no intention of staying at Moon Pavilion forever. After inquiring about the things he wanted to know, and seeing if there was an opportunity to make the acquaintance of Dugu Bo, he would still have to return to Shrek Academy. With Qian Runshui and the two titled douluo by her side in Heaveno City, Tang San always felt a bit uneasy. After fobbing Tang Yuehua off with a few words, he began to inquire whether the current douluo continent was any different from his past life. Tang Yuehua naturally could not say what was different. Even regarding the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Tang Yuehua had only heard rumors and had not yet been able to confirm it. It was actually Tang San who helped her confirm this information. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has really been destroyed. This information must be sent back to the sect as soon as possible. Although Tang Yuehua's mind was full of her second brother Tang Hao, she was still quite attentive to matters concerning the sect. Such significant news as the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had to be made known to her eldest brother as soon as possible. Tang San was not discouraged by not getting any useful intelligence from Tang Yuehua. No news was the best news. At the very least, it indicated that this douluo continent after his rebirth, while not exactly the same as his past life, at least had not changed much and remained within a controllable range. Outside, Xiao Wu kept pacing back and forth. Grandmaster, third brother has been gone for so long, could something have happened to him? No, Yu Xiaogang was unhurried. I imagine little San is reuniting with his aunt and has a lot to say, so don't be anxious. Oh my, Xiao Wu still could not sit still. Although the time she had known Tang San was merely a drop in the bucket compared to her long life thus far, this old rabbit had her whole heart set on Tang San. Fortunately, Tang San had already come out at this moment. Xiao Wu, teacher, let's rest in Heaveno City for a while and return to Shrek Academy in a few days, shall we? Xiao Wu naturally had no objections. As for Yu Xiaogang, it didn't matter to him. He had been poisoned and damaged his origin qi, so resting anywhere was the same as resting anywhere else. Here at the Moon Pavilion, the conditions were significantly better than at Shrek. Only Flender cared most about Shrek Academy, but with teachers like Zhao Wuji around, it didn't matter if he didn't return for a short while. He had previously given up on searching for Su Chen, but because of Tang San, he had come to Heaveno City after all. This made Flender feel that perhaps this was fate. He didn't dare to go directly to someone's door to try and fool them, but it would be good to go see Teacher Chen and see if he could find other opportunities to contact Su Chen. Thus, the group of four stayed temporarily in Heaveno City. Yu Xiaogang didn't go anywhere, he just stayed at the Moon Pavilion, eating and drinking well to recuperate. Flender, on the other hand, went to see the student he was most proud of whom he had taught previously. Teacher Chen was also taken aback when he saw Flender. Dean, why are you here? Didn't you write to me saying there was a genius youth in Heaveno City? It's been over a year, I thought you weren't interested, Dean. Now, Teacher Chen's appearance was much more decadent and weathered than it had been over a year ago. Flender asked directly, didn't you say you were highly valued at the Heaveno Imperial Academy and could lead a Seed Spirit Master team on your own? Why do you look in such bad shape? Have you been ostracized? Teacher Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with being ostracized. The Education Committee of the Heaveno Imperial Academy still values me highly, but the Spirit Master team I established earlier fell apart not long after. The departure of Yi Lingling and Du Guyan was a major blow to the Spirit Master team under Teacher Chen. But if it were only that, Teacher Chen would still have had the heart and spirit to fill out the team. Even if it wasn't as good as the original version, at least it wouldn't have collapsed. But afterwards, Yu Tianong first suddenly left to return to the sect, and not long after he returned, he suddenly disappeared again. This time, his disappearance was permanent, he never returned, and there wasn't even a shred of information. Combined with the rumors of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being destroyed, he felt that Yu Tianong, the team captain, was likely in grave danger. With this situation arising not long after the team was established, the remaining 4 people were even more panicky. Yu Feng and Oslo felt there was no hope, so they also left the team one after another, leaving only the last 2 people. Under such circumstances, there was no longer any need for the team to exist. Teacher Qin directly disbanded the team and took leave from the school himself. He hadn't even been to the Heaveno Imperial Academy a few times this year. The blow he had received was not small. If he had tried his best and the team he had raised with his own hands had performed unsatisfactorily, he could still say he had tried. But now, it wasn't that he hadn't tried hard enough, nor was it that he lacked ability. It was entirely an unprovoked disaster, and his luck was simply too poor. After hearing the experience of this unlucky student, Flender could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. This is not your fault. You might not know yet, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has been completely wiped out from top to bottom. That student of yours is 100% dead. Look at you, you cannot continue to be so decadent. Why don't you come back to Shrek? Let's work together to build Shrek into the #1 Spirit Master Academy that will be famed throughout the douluo continent. Flender's ability to fool people began to manifest involuntarily. Since he hadn't managed to lure in a genius student yet, tricking a teacher with quite good talent into joining would also do. Teacher Qin was the one with the best talent and greatest achievements among the graduates he had taught. Bringing him back to Shrek Academy would also be a signboard. Very well, thank you, Dean, for still being willing to take in this good-for-nothing student. Shrek's power of persuasion was truly extraordinary. It was clearly just a Spirit Master Academy, yet it fooled the students into being loyal to the Academy, even more effectively than a sect. Chapter 93. Floating Hall, announcing to the world. After successfully getting Teacher Qin to return to Shrek, Flender began to inquire about news of Su Chen. Dean, you have seen it yourself. I haven't paid much attention to outside affairs this past year, and my understanding of Su Chen is still stuck at the time I wrote that letter to you. Teacher Qin felt that his bad luck began the moment he met Su Chen. He felt irritable just hearing that name, let alone taking the initiative to inquire about Su Chen. Then you still know more than I do. At least help me understand what kind of personality he has. Arrogant, conceited, pompous, self-righteous, overbearing. The impression Su Chen left on Teacher Qin was extremely poor. However, to Flender, the shortcomings Teacher Qin mentioned were not fatal flaws. Genius, after all, having a big temper and a bad personality is quite normal. He hadn't seen students like this before. As long as they ended up in his hands, sooner or later, they would be molded into the shape of Shrek. You met Su Chen at the Soul Fighting Arena before. I'll find an opportunity to go see him myself. Teacher Qin said. A year ago, the number of times Su Chen went to the Soul Fighting Arena gradually decreased. I don't even know if he still participates in soul fighting matches now. It doesn't matter. Everything is possible with effort. It won't take much trouble to just ask around. As for the task of gathering information, Flender naturally left it to his student, Teacher Qin. He, however, went to another place alone. Lanba Academy, this is the place. Flender hesitated about whether he should go in to see Lu Erlong. He knew this academy was founded by Lu Erlong, but he had never come to find her all these years. He understood that Lu Erlong only had Yu Xiaogang in her heart, even though Yu Xiaogang was her cousin. Now that he and Yu Xiaogang had reunited, the only one missing from the former Golden Triangle was Lu Erlong. Furthermore, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect destroyed and Xiaogang's spirits low, Flender felt that perhaps Lu Erlong could bring some comfort to Xiaogang. After hesitating for a while, just as he was about to enter, Lu Erlong walked out of Lanba Academy. Boss Flender, why are you here? It was true that Lu Erlong adored Yu Xiaogang, but she also had feelings for Flender, though they were merely the feelings of a companion. Did something happen to Xiaogang? When it came to issues regarding Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong's reaction was exceptionally sharp. If it weren't for something major, Flender would definitely not have come to find her. Xiaogang is fine. Erlong, haven't you heard the rumors about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being destroyed? You mean? Lu Erlong's expression changed. She had no sense of belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and she felt extreme disgust and resistance toward her biological father, Yu Luomian. Usually, She didn't pay attention to news about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she even deliberately distanced herself from it. She had heard the news about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being destroyed once, but at the time, she treated it as a rumor and even cursed that it would be best if that irresponsible father died. Hearing Flender's words, she suddenly realized. Was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect really destroyed? Did that woman from Spirit Hall do it? All the shock and speculation could not outweigh her concern for Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang has such deep feelings for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he must have been devastated upon hearing this news. Boss Flender, you know where Xiaogang is, don't you? Take me to see Xiaogang quickly. Don't be anxious, I guarantee Xiaogang is doing fine. You also know that Xiaogang still cannot let go of what happened between you two back then. Let me think of a way to make Xiaogang willing to see you. Flender felt a bit heartbroken. Sure enough, Erlong still only had Xiaogang in her heart. At a time like this, why worry about so much? Just take me to find Xiaogang, and I will take responsibility for everything. Lu Erlong was impatient. If not for Yu Xiaogang not being able to overcome that psychological barrier, she wouldn't even care about their status as cousins. Alright then, I will bring Xiaogang to see you. Flender had already guessed that the Moon Pavilion had a connection with the Clear Sky sect. Bringing Lu Erlong to the Moon Pavilion to find Xiaogang rashly might provoke the resentment of the Clear Sky sect. So he still only said he would bring Xiaogang to see her. Then hurry up, I hope to see Xiaogang as soon as possible. Lu Erlong urged. Whether she went to see Yu Xiaogang or Yu Xiaogang came to see her, she hoped it could be soon. While Flender was running around, Tang San was not idle either. He originally wanted to start with Du Guyan to indirectly establish contact with Du Gubo. Then, he was surprised to discover that Du Guyan was not at the Heaveno Imperial Academy. Du Guyan had Du Gubo as her grandfather and was a well-known figure at the Heaveno Imperial Academy. Many people knew about her withdrawal, and Tang San found out after just a little inquiry. At the same time, he also learned the news that Yu Tianong had disappeared. He was not surprised by this. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been wiped out, so Yu Tianong, the sect master's grandson, would naturally be rooted out. However, Tang San had reversed the order of Du Guyan's withdrawal and Yu Tianong's disappearance. He believed that Yu Tianong disappeared first, and then Du Guyan withdrew from the Heaveno Imperial Academy. This is troublesome. I can't just go directly to the Dugu family, right? Su Chen's sect master's hall was built right above the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. It was not built on the peak above, nor was it built on the cliff wall, but was floating directly in mid-air. The sect master's hall, which the god of destruction had ordered people to build for Su Chen, cleverly utilized the mutually generating and restraining ice and fire qi within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. As long as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well does not dry up, the sect master's hall will float forever. The miraculous sight of the floating hall was also what the disciples from the Fire Leopard sect, Black Tiger sect, and Sparrow Bee sect marveled at the most. The disciples of the three sects had basically all arrived. The magnificent sect finally didn't just have a handful of people. It now looked like a large sect with deep foundations, though it was still lacking a little bit. Sect Master, since our sect has been established and the disciples have almost all arrived, can we make it public and announce it to the world? The elders all had this question. The Heaven Human sect had manpower and financial resources, it could even wipe out the upper three sects just like that. It was time for the world to hear their name. Moreover, their previous sects were now empty, and they would be discovered sooner or later. Wait for the Grand Elder to return. You can make preparations first. Su Chen did not intend for the Heaven Human sect to be a reclusive sect. Since the sect had been established, it should be done openly and honestly, there was nothing to hide. When Du Gubo returned with the group of craftsmen he had tricked from Gengxin City, nothing would be lacking. By then, recruiting other disciples could also be put on the agenda. It couldn't just have disciples from these three sects forever. That's good. We subordinates will go prepare now. Sect Master Hu Chengxing and the others were all in high spirits. They felt that a large, earth-shattering sect that could rival, no, it should be able to crush Spirit Hall, was about to be made known to the world. Moreover, while they were conducting their respective divine trials, they also wanted to contribute more to Su Chen. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel comfortable taking the benefits. When the elders were leaving, Snake Lance Douluo requested leave, saying, Sect Master, my divine trial requires me to leave the sect for a while. Do you think it's necessary to wait for poison douluo to return? After all, it was a divine trial. Even if there were connections, it wouldn't be too obvious in cutting corners. It was impossible to complete everything just by staying at home, like flooding the Golden Mountain. Other elders would also go to other places from time to time to complete their divine trials. Go ahead, but return quickly. Then there will be no one capable by your side. Although there were many elders and their strength was increasing rapidly, Snake Lance Douluo was somewhat uneasy because there was no titled Douluo guarding Su Chen. Inside the sect, you don't need to worry about my safety. No one can hurt me. Chapter 94. It's over, the ice and fire yin-yang well is gone too. Sunset Forest. Tang San arrived here alone without telling anyone else. He had already found out that Du Gubo had not appeared for some time, and it was even possible that Du Guyan was no longer in Heaveno City. This gave Tang San the idea to come to the Sunset Forest to check on the situation. Du Guyan had left the Heaveno Imperial Academy, and in all likelihood, she was by Du Gubo's side. And Du Gubo would absolutely never take Du Guyan to the ice and fire yin-yang well. After all, the power of ice and fire at the ice and fire yin-yang well was absolutely not something Du Guyan could withstand. Du Gubo loved his granddaughter so much that he would never harm her. If both the grandfather and granddaughter were not in Heaveno City, then in all likelihood, they were not at the ice and fire yin-yang well either. Tang San did not intend to break into the ice and fire yin-yang well alone and take away all the celestial herbs in advance. He wanted to scout the path first, at least to confirm if the mountain peak outside the ice and fire yin-yang well and the arrangements left by Du Gubo were any different from his previous life. As long as he could confirm that the ice and fire yin-yang well was still occupied by Du Gubo, he could rest easy. After all, Du Gubo did not know the value of the goods. Even if the ice and fire yin-yang well had been in his hands for hundreds of years, he still could not figure out the function of those celestial herbs. In this way, he could plan slowly. Even if he could not establish a good relationship with Du Gubo, he could just wait until he met his father and have him take him to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Anyway, Du Gubo, the bottom-tier titled douluo, could not withstand 2 hammer blows from Tang Hao. After entering the Sunset Forest, Tang San employed his ghost shadow perplexing track and headed towards the area where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. Although the number of spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest could not compare to the Stardow Great Forest, and the quality was much lower, there were still some spirit beasts over 10,000 years old. Tang San was extremely careful along the way, keeping his purple demon eye activated to scout the path, and his ghost shadow perplexing track was elusive, allowing him to avoid powerful spirit beasts. I'm almost there. Tang San hid in a hollow tree to recover his spirit power. After he had recovered enough, Tang San, with even deeper caution than before, slowed his pace and approached the area where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. From afar, Tang San, looking at that familiar mountain peak with his purple demon eye, saw his expression change. He was very certain that it was the mountain peak where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. He was even more certain that the tall stone gate at the foot of the mountain absolutely did not exist in his previous life. Let alone at this time in his previous life. Even 10,000 years later, the ice and fire yin-yang well had been guarded very tightly by him, and absolutely no one could have built such a large stone gate right under his nose. Tang San's heart sank abruptly. As expected, the changes in the Douluo continent after his rebirth were not limited to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being destroyed ahead of schedule. This treasure land, the ice and fire yin-yang well, had also undergone changes. Tang San did not think that the stone gate was something Du Gubo had come up with on a whim. Du Gubo did not recognize the celestial herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well, but he was not brain damaged. Even if he only regarded the ice and fire yin-yang well as a fine herb garden, he would never have created something so conspicuous to attract others' attention. Who exactly occupied this place? Going to such great lengths, the person who occupied this place must have realized the preciousness of the ice and fire yin-yang well, and they were not afraid of being robbed by others. Tang San even wondered if the ice and fire yin-yang well had been discovered and occupied by someone else in advance, or if it had been snatched from Du Gubo's hands. He hesitated for a long time in place, never taking another step forward. If the ice and fire yin-yang well were still occupied by Dugu Bo, even if he were accidentally discovered by Dugu Bo, based on his understanding of Dugu Bo, he had the confidence to retreat safely. But regarding this unknown force occupying the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang San was completely in the dark. Heaven knows what kind of character the people occupying this place had. Perhaps just because he took one extra look, they would want his life. Sigh, I can only leave for now. In the end, Tang San decided to leave. No matter how good the celestial herbs were, they were not as precious as his own life. Moreover, he had the experience of his previous life and was confident that even without the help of celestial herbs, there would be no obstacles on his path of cultivate. It was just that for the other Shrek 7 devils, especially the 6 people besides Xiaowu, if they did not have the help of celestial herbs, their achievements would be greatly discounted. Relying on their own talents, let alone becoming a god, even if they went to Sea God Island together, whether they could trigger the Black Divine Trial was a question. Dad, where exactly did you go? Tang San missed Tang Hao once again. If Tang Hao were here, he could go and investigate right now. Just as Tang San was preparing to leave with a heart full of doubts and depression, he suddenly saw a black shadow fly out from the mountain where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. Titled Douluo, Tang San was shocked. As expected, the force capable of occupying this place was no ordinary one. It was very likely that it had been snatched from Dugu Bo's hands. Tang San widened his eyes and looked towards that person in the sky with his purple demon eye. He wanted to know who exactly occupied this place. Could it be that there were titled douluo existing in the Douluo continent at this time that he did not know about? Although the person in the sky was not flying directly towards Tang San's direction, they were getting closer. Tang San exerted his full power to activate his purple demon eye and finally managed to see that person's face a little more clearly. It's him. How could it be him? If others could not recognize the person in the sky, how could Tang San not recognize him? During the several times he had dealings with Qian Runshui in his previous life, this person was always by her side. Later, when Qian Runshui launched the palace coup, this person was one of Qian Runshui's main supports. This person was Snake Lance Douluo. Spirit Hall occupied this place. How is that possible? How could the people from Spirit Hall have discovered this place? Tang San's heart was in some turmoil. If it were someone else occupying this place, Tang San could still hope that the other party did not know the value of the goods, like Dugu Bo, not recognizing those celestial herbs and not daring to use them. But it was Spirit Hall that occupied this place, so the possibility of the celestial herbs still growing safely in the ice and fire yin-yang well dropped drastically. Spirit Hall had a deep foundation and might have known about celestial herbs to begin with. What's more, Spirit Hall also had Chrysanthemum Douluo, whose spirit was the celestial chrysanthemum. Even if he did not recognize other celestial herbs, how could he not recognize the celestial chrysanthemum? If Spirit Hall obtained those celestial herbs, their strength might be even greater than in his previous life, and Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong might even be able to become gods ahead of schedule through the divine trial. Spirit Hall, it's Spirit Hall again. What exactly happened to Spirit Hall? How are they able to seize the initiative everywhere? The two places Tang San had discovered so far that were vastly different from his previous life were both caused by Spirit Hall, which made his mood somewhat heavy. Whether in terms of private grudges or as a public enemy, Spirit Hall was destined to be his enemy. The strengthening of an enemy's power was certainly not a good thing. Tang San waited until the person in the sky flew away before walking back towards the outside of the Sunset Forest. Compared to the full expectation he had when entering the Sunset Forest, when he left, Tang San's expression was extremely gloomy. Oh no! Suddenly, Tang San thought of an even more serious matter. Spirit Hall could destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect ahead of schedule and had occupied the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, so would Spirit Hall let go of the Heaveno Empire's national treasure, the Sea God's Heart? In his previous life, the Sea God's Heart was in the Imperial Palace, and Qian Runshui had never discovered its special qualities. But with Spirit Hall having changed so much in this life, Tang San really did not dare to hope that they would still turn a blind eye to the Sea God's Heart. Chapter 95. Has Qian Runshui experienced rebirth? Seeking the Strength Clan. Ha ha ha, truly pathetic. To end up like this after a rebirth, it's truly amusing. The god of destruction frequently cast his gaze upon Tang San. From the moment Tang San entered the Sunset Forest until he discovered that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had changed owners, his every move was seen by the god of destruction. Especially when Tang San saw Snake Lance Douluo, he hid himself with great trepidation. Worried that Snake Lance Douluo would become suspicious if he discovered him, Tang San even pretended to be a child of that age, looking around timorously, looking just like a pitiful person with no background trying to hunt for a spirit ring on his own. It must be said, Tang San's acting was quite good. At the very least, the god of destruction thought his performance was decent. But precisely because of this, the god of destruction laughed happily. Such an Asura god, who wanted to turn the god realm and Douluo continent into his own family domain, was being so cowardly, not daring to show any of his anger or unwillingness. The more he watched, the happier the god of destruction became. What made the god of destruction even happier was that this was only the beginning. These setbacks and blows were merely the tip of the iceberg compared to what Tang San would face in the future. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Tang San returned to Heaveno City, filled with anxiety. He looked deeply in the direction of the Imperial Palace. All the changes stemmed from Spirit Hall, which forced Tang San to consider a terrifying question. That was whether someone in Spirit Hall had also experienced a rebirth. Whether it was destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sectorally or occupying the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, these were not things that would happen under normal circumstances. Tang San was also projecting his own experience onto others. He himself had experienced rebirth twice. Could it be that someone in Spirit Hall could also have experienced rebirth? Tang San's most suspicious targets were Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Between the two of them, Tang San was more suspicious of Qian Runshui. In his previous life, Bibi Dong died at his hands, and Tang San felt the possibility of Bibi Dong experiencing a rebirth was low. Moreover, if it were Bibi Dong who had experienced rebirth, the things she would do would likely not be limited to this, and the first target she attacked would be unlikely to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Given Bibi Dong's deep feelings for Grandmaster, knowing in her previous life how deep Grandmaster's feelings were for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she shouldn't have been in a hurry to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect after a rebirth, which would cause Grandmaster to completely break with her. Although Bibi Dong was Tang San's enemy, he still believed in her feelings for Grandmaster. When Bibi Dong died in his previous life, she was still expressing her feelings for Grandmaster, even saying that destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was because they looked down on and insulted Yu Shaogang. Although Bibi Dong was crazy, her feelings for Grandmaster were unquestionable. Tang San even suspected that if Bibi Dong had experienced a rebirth, to make up for the regrets of her previous life, she might have directly abducted Grandmaster to Spirit Hall. I hope I am just overthinking it. Tang San shook his head. After all, if Qian Runshui had experienced a rebirth, there were also points to be suspicious of. That was, if she knew about the events of her previous life, why didn't she directly send people to kill him, strangling him while he hadn't yet grown up? In any case, Tang San did not intend to stay in Heaveno City for long. This was under Qian Runshui's nose. If all the changes were truly because of her, staying in Heaveno City could be too dangerous. After returning to Moon Pavilion, without answering Tang Yuehua's and Xiao Wu's inquiries about where he had been for so long, Tang San said directly, "Aunt, I and Grandmaster and the others plan to leave." What? Tang Yuehua and Yu Shaogang were both shocked. Tang Yuehua did not want Tang San to leave. While taking care of this nephew, she also hoped to see her second brother soon. As for Yu Shaogang, he was completely surprised. He was being treated with good food and drink at Moon Pavilion, and much of his lost origin qi had been replenished. Even if they were to leave, they should at least wait until his lost origin qi had fully recovered. "Aunt, I want to go to Shrek Academy to cultivate. I cannot continue to stay here. Father has high expectations of me, and I cannot let him down." Tang San knew that as long as he brought up his father's name, his aunt would unconditionally agree. Shrek Academy. Tang Yuehua had truly never heard of this academy before. "Little San, if you want to cultivate in a Spirit Master Academy, Aunt can send you to the Heaveno Imperial Academy. You will definitely receive the best training." With Tang Yuehua's connections to the Heaveno nobility, sending a junior to the Heaveno Imperial Academy was not a big problem. No, Tang San didn't even want to stay in Heaveno City, let alone the Heaveno Imperial Academy. It wasn't just Tang San who was unwilling, Yu Xiaogang would not agree either. Tang San was his disciple. He knew how great Tang San's talent was. If he really joined the Heaveno Imperial Academy, he would definitely be heavily cultivated. By then, whether he, the Grand Master, would still have the face to continue being Tang San's teacher would be uncertain. Now that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was gone, Yu Xiaogang himself had no idea how much his face was still worth. You child, you are as stubborn as your second brother. Tang Yuehua sighed. She was not dissatisfied with Tang San's refusal, instead, she felt this was more like the son of the clear sky douluo. Since you want to leave, Aunt will not force you to stay. I can guess some of my second brother's expectations for you, and I don't want to let my second brother down either. However, even if you go to Shrek Academy, remember to keep in touch with Aunt. Tang San listened to Tang Yuehua's instructions and nodded earnestly. Aunt, don't worry, I have noted it all down. Good. Even if you want to leave, there is no need to rush. Let Aunt prepare some things for you first, okay? Tang San agreed. He had been able to grow up to this size without anyone from Spirit Hall strangling him, and he hadn't encountered danger even after coming to Heaveno City. This showed that even if Qian Runshui had truly experienced a rebirth, the things she could do were relatively limited, and her level of securing power was still very poor. At the very least, her control over Heaveno City was very average. Moreover, Tang San also wanted to do other things. Father was often not by his side, and even if he went to Shrek, with Flender and Zhao Wuji there, Tang San still felt it wasn't safe. He needed to find a trustworthy expert to guard by his side. The Strength Clan was in Heaveno City, and the Strength Clan chief Tai Tan's strength was passable, he was worth using. Tang Yuehua went to prepare things for Tang San. Seeing Tang San was about to go out again, Xiao Wu hurriedly said. Third brother, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? I haven't wandered around Heaveno City yet. No, Tang San said sternly. Promise me, you must never leave Moon Pavilion, do you understand? Now Xiao Wu did not have the yearning heartbroken red on her, and with Snakelance douluo and Porcupinefish douluo in Heaveno City, it would be disastrous if they discovered Xiao Wu's true identity. After all, among titled douluo, there were not many who, like Du Bo, wouldn't discover she was a spirit beast even when she was right in front of them. I know. It was the first time Xiao Wu had seen such a stern expression on Tang San, or heard him speak such heavy words. She couldn't help but abandon all her thoughts and chose to believe Tang San's words. After Tang San went out, just as Yu Xiaogang wanted to return to his room, Flender returned. This was his second time going to see Lu Erlong. After returning the first time, he had tried to subtly probe Yu Xiaogang about seeing Lu Erlong. But Yu Xiaogang had shown great resistance, at least on the surface. Flender had been trying to persuade Yu Xiaogang these past 2 days. While feeling uncomfortable himself, he was still pushing Lu Erlong toward Yu Xiaogang. This made Flender feel like a cuckold. But who asked him to be such a simp for both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang? Xiaogang, come with me somewhere. Flender had already told Lu Erlong to get ready, he wanted to trick Yu Xiaogang into going directly. Where, by the way, we are returning to Shrek in 2 days, don't run around. What, leaving so soon? Then you must come with me to that place even more. Flender pulled Yu Xiaogang and walked out. Flender, what's the rush, hey? Chapter 96. Divine Craftsman Lu Gao, Li Fire. Sect Master, the Grand Elder has returned. Du Bo's actions remained efficient. He had already returned from the City of Metal, and it was impossible for him to have returned empty-handed. Lu Gao had followed Du Bo here without a moment's rest, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion. After seeing the several types of spirit tools Du Bo showed him, Lu Gao's attention was instantly captured. With his discerning eye, he could naturally tell that those spirit tools were not passed down from ancient times, but had been crafted only recently. As a top-tier blacksmith, it was impossible for Lu Gao not to be interested in such long-lost spirit tool crafting methods. As the president of the Blacksmith Association, revered by all blacksmiths as a divine craftsman, he wanted to research more powerful equipment and improve the status of blacksmiths, in addition to honing his own skills. In the current douluo continent, the status of a blacksmith is not very high. Most spirit masters rely on their own spirit to fight, and few need to carry equipment. The weapons and equipment forged by blacksmiths are mostly intended for ordinary people. After seeing the spirit tools crafted by Su Chen, Lu Gao immediately realized that this was a tremendous opportunity for all blacksmiths. The advent of spirit tools could change the combat and even the lives of all spirit masters. Needless to say, the status of blacksmiths would rise to an unprecedented level. Therefore, Dugu Bo didn't even need to waste his breath persuading him. Lu Gao had impatiently and proactively offered to go with him to meet the divine craftsman who had created these spirit tools. That's right, even before seeing Su Chen, Lu Gao had already determined that the person who crafted these spirit tools must be a divine craftsman. It wasn't because the level of those spirit tools was already so high, but because being able to bring the crafting methods of spirit tools back into the world meant that no honorific title would be too excessive. Lu Gao had been impatient the entire journey, wishing he could immediately meet the expert who crafted the spirit tools, but upon entering the Heaven Human sect, he was instantly stunned. A miracle, this is truly a miracle. The excitement and burning passion in Lu Gao's eyes were almost ready to erupt. He had originally only wanted to meet the Grand Master who crafted the spirit tools, but after arriving here, he was shocked to discover that the sect itself was a masterpiece beyond his reach. The Heaven Human sect was, of course, not entirely cast from metal. The parts composed of metal only accounted for a small portion. But the principles it contained and the craftsmanship that far exceeded the current douluo continent made Lu Gao like a dried-out sponge, thirstily absorbing countless inspirations. Especially the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams configuration, which drew upon the power of heaven, earth, and nature. This was a level of craftsmanship that even a divine craftsman like Lu Gao could never hope to match in his entire lifetime. After joining the Heaven Human sect, you will have plenty of time to admire these. Now, come with me to pay your respects to the sect master. Dugu Bo urged him several times before the dazed Lu Gao finally snapped back to reality. Where is the sect master? Quickly take me to pay my respects to him. Lu Gao was completely convinced. If, after seeing the spirit tools Dugu Bo had brought earlier, he still thought it was just some lucky spirit master who had obtained the legacy of ancient spirit tool crafting. After arriving here, Lu Gao was completely awestruck, body and soul. Compared to this place, his iron fortress, which he was so proud of, immediately paled in comparison. Now, even if someone wanted to kick him out, Lu Gao would definitely insist on staying. When he followed Dugu Bo to the floating sect master's hall, Lu Gao's eyes widened. Even further, such a massive hall, and it can actually remain floating in the air. What kind of technique is this? If it were some powerhouse holding up such a massive hall, Lu Gao wouldn't be this surprised. Because he could discern that the reason this sect master's hall could float in the air was entirely the result of the perfect coordination between construction techniques and the special terrain. The principles contained within it alone gave Lu Gao great inspiration. Follow me. Dugu Bo flew toward the sect master's hall with his hands behind his back. Lu Gao, naturally, could not fly, but the floating height of the sect master's hall was not very high, so he could still leap over there himself. Sect master, your subordinate has fulfilled the mission and brought the person back for you. Dugu Bo bowed to Su Chen and continued, this is the divine craftsman Lu Gao. He has an impatient nature, so he followed me back first. As for the other highly skilled blacksmiths, they should still be on their way. You are the sect master. Lu Gao had imagined Su Chen's appearance many times along the way. From a mighty, robust blacksmith to an elegant and easygoing researcher, he had imagined it all. But after seeing Su Chen, he was still taken aback. He never expected Su Chen to be so young, creating such intricate spirit tools at such an age. This was not something that could be casually crafted just by obtaining an ancient legacy. At the very least, it proved that Su Chen's talent was unimaginably high. Su Chen did not answer Lu Gao's question but instead asked, Lu Gao, are you willing to join the Heaven Human sect? Willing, of course I am willing. Your subordinate pays respects to the sect master. Lu Gao agreed without the slightest hesitation. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to himself and to all blacksmiths. Sect master, when do you think I can start learning spirit tool crafting? Lu Gao was like a madman, his mind filled only with spirit tools. Follow me. Su Chen walked out of the sect master's hall. He did not use a flight soul tool but relied on Yin's spirit bone to fly toward another area of the sect. Dugu Bo naturally followed closely behind. Lu Gao, who could not fly, could only jump over. Take this flight soul tool. As for how to use it, you should be able to figure it out yourself. In the future, you will also be able to craft your own unique flight soul tool. Among the sect elders, almost everyone had a flight soul tool. Lu Gao's value was even greater than most elders, and since he would be responsible for spirit tool crafting in the future, he naturally deserved the position of an elder. Lu Gao did not speak, only staring blankly at the flight soul tool Su Chen had tossed to him. The spirit tools Dugu Bo had brought to show him did not include a flight soul tool. This was the first time Lu Gao had ever seen a spirit tool that could allow a person to fly. Flight, it had always been a wish that the vast majority of spirit masters could never achieve in their entire lives. Now, a single spirit tool could allow a spirit master to overcome this obstacle. Lu Gao's intelligence was indeed sufficient. Without any guidance, he quickly mastered how to use this flight soul tool. However, unlike others who first encountered a flight soul tool, he did not have a strong interest in the act of flying itself. What Lu Gao was more interested in was the flight soul tool itself that could make a person fly. This is the area in the sect where spirit tools are crafted, and it will also be the place where you spend the most time in the future. This area contained all the facilities from mineral smelting to spirit tool crafting and was located in the Li position of the 8 trigrams. Li belongs to fire. This place connects to the earth's veins and can summon the power of earthly fire. Whether it is smelting metal or forging high-rank metal, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Good. This is great. This place is simply a blessed land for blacksmiths. Lu Gao's attention was shifted once again. The melting and smelting facilities here all came from the god realm. Although they were not divine artifacts, their level of craftsmanship was far ahead of the douluo continent by an unknown margin. Lu Gao's eyes shone, and he wished he could immediately pounce on them. Chapter 97. Will this be my turf from now on? Sect Master, will this be my turf from now on, and can I use all these tools and facilities as I please? Lu Gao was dazzled by everything he saw, almost to the point of drooling. It's not that this place is your turf, but that you belong here from now on. Lu Gao nodded repeatedly. To him, both meanings were about the same. As long as he could use everything here in the future, it was fine. Sect Master, can I start learning about spirit tools now? Lu Gao asked once again. Come here. Lu Gao stepped closer, and Su Chen pressed a ball of light onto him. The divine trial Lu Gao received came from the god of forging, and it was a top-tier 7 trials. Although his talent as a spirit master was not particularly high, his talent and skill as a blacksmith were at the peak level of the douluo continent during this era. Coupled with his connection to Su Chen, it was normal for him to receive a divine trial of this level. After a long while, Lu Gao finally regained his senses. To him, the shock brought by the divine trial was not as great as the impact of the knowledge and skills he had received. Take this book and study it carefully. It contains my insights and data on creating spirit tools. You must master the creation of spirit tools as soon as possible. The palest ink is better than the best memory. Whenever Su Chen created spirit tools, he habitually recorded all the data and even his thought processes. Yes, Lu Gao held the thick booklet Su Chen handed him, as solemnly as if he were receiving a heavenly scripture. Then, Lu Gao became completely immersed in it, as if nothing else existed between heaven and earth. Sect Master, when I returned, I heard Sect Master Hu Chengxing and the others say that our sect is going to formally open its mountain gates and announce it to the world. Tang San had left Heaveno City. Compared to when they arrived, there were 2 more people in Tang San's group when they left. One was, of course, the Tang clan's most loyal servant, Tai Tan, and the other was Lu Erlong. It was perfectly normal for Tai Tan to choose to follow Tang San. He was big and burly, but he was born with a servant's bones. If he wasn't serving the Tang clan, he felt uncomfortable all over. After Tang San revealed the clear sky hammer to prove he was Tang Hao's son, Tai Tan immediately prostrated himself and pledged his loyalty. As for Lu Erlong, it was very simple. After Flender took Yu Shaogang to see her, Lu Erlong's long-dormant heart became active again. After the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was destroyed, Yu Shaogang was in a state of grief, so how could Lu Erlong let this opportunity to care for and comfort him pass? At first, Yu Shaogang appeared very agitated and resistant. But he was also feeling very insecure. so when Lu Erlong insisted on following him, Yu Xiaogang half reluctantly acquiesced. As for Lanba Academy, to Lu Erlong, it was nowhere near as important as Yu Xiaogang. Leaving it to other teachers was fine, even if the academy fell into chaos without her as the dean, she didn't care, as long as she could soothe Xiaogang's scarred heart. Flender, how exactly is your Shrek Academy? How does it compare to my Lanba Academy? Lu Erlong, who had been doting on Yu Xiaogang right in front of Flender, finally managed to find a moment to speak to Flender. Well, of course it can't compare. If anyone else had asked such a question, Flender would certainly have felt that his Shrek Academy was for nurturing monsters, and naturally, it was not something ordinary academies could compare to. Even if his Shrek was a Bush League academy with no resources, no background, and no official qualifications. But since it was Lu Erlong asking, Flender naturally felt inferior. Then why not just merge Shrek with my Lanba Academy? It can still be called Shrek Academy, and you can remain the dean. Flender hadn't had this thought before. After all, the current Shrek Academy didn't even have enough students to form a 7-person Spirit Master team, and Flender wasn't prepared to lead students to participate in the Spirit Master competition. With Lu Erlong taking the initiative and offering such good terms, Flender was somewhat tempted. His so-called rule of only recruiting monsters was, apart from personal persistence, more of a gimmick and a compromise with reality. Shrek had such a small space and no teaching facilities, so how could it have the ability to recruit and train too many students? When selecting geniuses, swindling enrollment fees from other children with average talent and using their money to train the few monsters was Flender's consistent practice. But if there were conditions and opportunities, he would of course want official academy qualifications and better academy facilities. However, he didn't agree immediately. Let me think about it. Anyway, Shrek's Monster Spirit Master team was nowhere in sight, so Flender didn't feel any strong urgency. Tang-san raised his eyelids. He didn't want Shrek Academy and Lanba Academy to merge so quickly. He wanted to get further away from Heaveno City now so he could have enough time to grow. Young lord, are you tired? Should this old servant carry you? Tai Tan's voice interrupted the exchange between Flender and Lu Erlong, and both of them looked at Tai Tan simultaneously. Lu Erlong had lived in Heaveno City for so many years, so she naturally knew Tai Tan, this spirit douluo with a stubborn temper, ruthless methods, and a petty nature. Yet, this tough and domineering guy was actually being servile to a child, even willing to act like a beast of burden. Flender had completely confirmed Tang-san's identity. Besides the son of Clear Sky Douluo, who else could make the clan chief of the Strength clan so humble? Lu Erlong left the academy for Yu Xiaogang, and Tai Tan left his family because of a single order from Tang-san, to some extent. They were about the same. It was just that the objects of their sycophancy were different. No need. I asked you to arrange for the members of the Strength clan to keep a constant watch on intelligence in Heaveno City and transmit it to me in a timely manner. Have you arranged that? Rest assured, young lord. This old servant has already given the instructions. Those lads will send a letter every day. No major or minor event in Heaveno City will be missed. Tang-san wanted to stay away from Heaveno City, but at the same time, he wanted to keep abreast of the situation in Heaveno City. With the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect destroyed early, he was worried about whether Qian Runshui would launch the palace coup ahead of schedule. Tang-san looked back and secretly made a resolution. No matter what changes have occurred in Spirit Hall that allowed them to repeatedly seize the initiative, I will take back the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well and the Sea God's Heart. No one should even think about taking what belongs to me. Tang-san was now somewhat glad that he had already come into contact with the Goddess of Life's legacy, giving him a chance to obtain the god positions of the Goddess of Life and the God of Destruction. Otherwise, with the Sea God's Heart in the hands of Spirit Hall, Tang-san would not have been confident in triggering the Sea God 9 trials to obtain the Sea God's God position. If he only had the Asura God's God position, he would be doing worse than in his previous life. However, even with the dual God King positions awaiting him, Tang-san did not intend to let go of the Sea God's God position. It was, after all, a level 1 god. If he didn't use it himself, couldn't he leave it for his mom and dad, or Xiao Wu, or even his future children? Spirit Hall, for stealing my opportunity and taking my treasures, in both my past and present lives, you all have a path to death. Little San, what are you looking at? Missing your aunt already? Flender, was focused on Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong was focused on Yu Shaogang, and Yu Shaogang was entirely focused on his student, Tang San. Ah, no, Tang San withdrew his gaze. Chapter 98. The sect emerges, Emperor Shui Yi's worries. News of the establishment of a new sect gradually spread throughout the Spirit Master's world. On the Douluo continent, there are neither too many nor too few Spirit Master sects. The establishment of one or two new sects is not considered a major event, and logically, it should not cause a sensation. However, this new sect actually merged three not-so-weak sects simultaneously: the Black Tiger sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Sparrow Bee sect. This was already eye-catching enough, but more importantly, this new sect had actually recruited the renowned poison douluo. Many Spirit Masters knew about how Dugubo had been hunted down after refusing recruitment by Spirit Hall. That such a fierce man with an unruly and unyielding temperament was willing to join this new sect, and that he was not even the sect master, made many people feel very curious. As the capital of the Heaveno Empire and located not far from the Sunset Forest, Heaveno City became the first hub for this information. Heaveno Imperial Palace. Ever since Emperor Shui Yi learned of this news, his brow had not relaxed. How could Mr. Dugu agree to join such a newly established sect? And he is even willing to occupy the position of elder. The Heaveno Empire itself had no titled douluo to hold down the fort, so Emperor Shui Yi had tried every possible way to maintain good relations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, hoping to receive help from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at critical moments. Yet this relationship could not even be considered an alliance. The only one who was truly somewhat close was the poison douluo, Dugubo. Back then, Emperor Shui Yi had risked defending Spirit Hall to protect Dugubo precisely because he wanted a titled douluo as a pillar of support. Although Dugubo was only a guest elder of the Heaveno royal family and remained in a free state that Emperor Shui Yi could not command, he could still ask Dugubo for help as long as it was not too troublesome. But now that Dugubo was suddenly no longer a lone wolf and had joined a sect, let alone whether he would still have the willingness to agree to Emperor Shui Yi's requests for help. Even if he still considered past favors and was willing to lend a hand when appropriate, Emperor Shui Yi himself would have to weigh the situation. The way of dealing with a lone wolf is different from dealing with someone with a sect background. Emperor Shui Yi had to consider whether Dugubo would make certain demands detrimental to the Heaveno Empire itself for the sake of the sect's interests. Have the Crown Prince come to see me? Since the matter was already a foregone conclusion, Emperor Shui Yi could only think of remedial measures. At any rate, he and Dugubo still had some shared history. Even if he could not trust him as before, it was still necessary to maintain a good relationship. As the ruler of a nation, it was not appropriate for Shui Yi to leave Heaveno City personally to find Dugubo. However, he could let the Crown Prince use the excuse of congratulating the sect on its establishment to go and see what was so special about this sect that could make even Dugubo willing to submit to it. When Emperor Shui Yi sent someone to summon Qian Runshui also learned of this news. The sect was established so quickly. And it is located in the Sunset Forest, this spirit beast forest. When Qian Runshui went to see Su Chen before, she had been tipped off about this. Qian Runshui did not find it strange. Possessing a divine legacy, isn't it normal to want to establish a force? Normal is normal, but Qian Runshui also felt a faint sense of worry. The sect that Su Chen wanted to establish, with him, the inheritor of the goddess of kindness, would be destined not to be ordinary. It was not impossible for it to reach or even exceed the current level of Spirit Hall. The douluo continent is only so big, two equally powerful forces are very likely to come into conflict. Spirit Hall bears the right and obligation to help all children with their spirit awakening and to distribute gold coins to spirit masters. If the sect established by Su Chen also has intentions in this regard, conflict is almost inevitable. However, Qian Runshui previously thought that establishing a sect was not a small matter. Furthermore, it had to venerate a god king. It certainly could not be too shabby, or it would not fit the status of a god king. Qian Runshui felt that it might not even be possible to establish a sect worthy of Su Chen's status in 8 or 10 years. And as for developing it to the point of being on par with Spirit Hall, who knows how much time would be needed. By then, she would have either already passed the divine trial, become the angel god, and gone to the god realm to work together with her grandfather and Su Chen. Or she would have failed the divine trial and perished. Regardless of the situation, the future of Spirit Hall would not be something she needed to worry about. In the foreseeable future for Qian Runshui, apart from the divine trial of the angel god, she had no plans to marry, have children, or leave behind offspring. Even if she became a god and went to the god realm, whether Spirit Hall could continue to remain glorious would not be that important. It was just that she did not expect Su Chen to establish the sect so quickly, let alone 8 or 10 years, how much time had passed, and the sect was already established. And it was not starting from scratch, it directly merged 3 not small-scale spirit master sects. Added to that is the presence of the titled douluo Dugubo. Even compared to the previous Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was not inferior, and perhaps even superior. After returning from seeing Emperor Shuiyi, Porcupinefish Douluo asked, "Young lord, what did Shuiyi want with you?" "He asked me to take a gift and pay a visit to the sect established by Su Chen." Porcupinefish Douluo hesitated and said, "Su Chen, young master has an extraordinary style. The sect's momentum is already so grand just after its establishment. Young lord, should you make more preparations?" Porcupinefish Douluo could obviously also realize that Su Chen establishing a sect could very likely become a threat to Spirit Hall. Prepare what? Prepare. Porcupinefish Douluo was at a loss for words. He also did not know what could be prepared. If other forces showed signs of being able to threaten Spirit Hall, they would just be destroyed, nipped in the bud. But Su Chen actually has a backer in the god realm, and it is a god king of a higher rank than the angel god, who knows what trump cards Su Chen has. Just from the fact that Du Gubo, who was at the bottom tier of titled douluo, could suddenly become capable of destroying an upper 3 sects alone, one can see how much the god king above Su Chen values him. Du Gubo has now almost become a human-shaped city-destroying weapon. Once he is let loose to release poison in Spirit City, Spirit Hall might end up suffering heavy losses. Then we just do nothing. Even if we do nothing, after the news is transmitted back to Spirit City, the Supreme Pontiff might do something. Qian Runshui frowned slightly. This was indeed something that had to be considered. She was very wary of Su Chen and knew how heaven-defying Su Chen was, but that woman did not know. If that woman wanted to do something, the consequences could be very serious. Let's go see Su Chen first. How to deal with it, we will talk about it after we return. Qian Runshui wanted to see how the sect established by Su Chen really was, whether it was a whim or if he intended to make it a 10,000-year foundation. She also wanted to see if Su Chen had the support of that goddess of kindness in establishing the sect. If this was the intention of that god king, Qian Runshui would not dare to have any opinion. Even if she became a god, she would still have to be lower than the goddess of kindness, let alone now. If the goddess of kindness wants to leave a legacy sect on the douluo continent, who would dare to have an opinion? Even if the ancestor angel god, who does not know where they are, or even whether they are alive or dead, reappeared in the world, they would probably not dare to object, right? Chapter 99. Ning Fengji's surprise. Qian Runshui enters the Grand View Garden. The atmosphere within the 7 treasure glazed tile school had been somewhat tense lately. Although Ning Fengji had not fully shared his worries and predictions with his disciples, his various measures had made the entire sect feel much more somber. It was amidst this solemn atmosphere that news of the establishment of the Heaven Human sect reached the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Unlike others hearing this news for the first time, Ning Fengji's first reaction was surprise. Surprise at the establishment of a sect that had nothing to do with him, and which might even become a threat to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. So that's why Du Gubo has been nowhere to be found all this time. It turns out he joined another sect, Sword Douluo said. Previously, Ning Fengji had asked him to find an opportunity to take the poison affecting Bone Douluo to Du Gubo for help, but the 7 treasure glazed tile school's disciples in Heaveno City kept reporting that Du Gubo had not returned. Now, Sword Douluo finally understood the reason. "Uncle Sword, I will have someone prepare a generous gift. Accompany me on a trip to the Heaven Human sect. Isn't it a bit risky for both of us to leave at this time?" Sword Douluo had also been on edge lately, ready at any moment to draw the 7-kill sword. If Ning Fengji, the sect master, and he, the strongest member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, were both away, it would be disastrous if Spirit Hall attacked at this moment. "It's fine, it is precisely at this time that we must go." A long-absent smile appeared on Ning Fengji's face. He had not smiled in a long time, ever since the confirmation that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been wiped out. Originally, after the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was destroyed, Ning Fengji felt that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be Spirit Hall's next target. Now that the Heaven Human sect had appeared out of thin air, and with Dugu Bo, someone Spirit Hall had once hunted, having joined this sect, wouldn't that naturally erect a shield in front of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Spirit Hall would definitely view this as a provocation. When choosing between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Human sect as a target, Ning Fengji believed there was a high probability that Spirit Hall would choose to strike the Heaven Human sect first. Even if the Heaven Human sect were like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and wiped out by Spirit Hall without any effort, it would at least buy the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School some buffer time to arrange more contingencies. Not long after Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo left, Ning Rongrong prepared to sneak out. Lately, she felt like she had been living in hell. Her father, already quite strict, had intensified her discipline and training, making Ning Rongrong, who was used to being free and undisciplined, extremely uncomfortable. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who were supposed to be her pillars of support, had also suddenly seemed to change into different people. They completely ignored her coaxing and tears, suddenly becoming hard-hearted. How could the pampered Ning Rongrong ever endure this? Upon learning that Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo had left, she immediately launched her escape plan. However, she hadn't even made it out of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's main gate before she was hauled back by Bone Douluo. "Grandpa Bone, I know you love Rongrong the most, please just let me go." Ning Rongrong stared at Bone Douluo with tear-filled eyes, pleadingly. No, Bone Douluo was, of course, heartbroken. The intensity of Ning Fengji's training for Ning Rongrong lately was several times greater than before. In the past, he would have jumped out to stop it long ago. But now, with a crisis that could arrive at any moment, he had to harden his heart. "Be good, Rongrong. We are all doing this for your own good. In a few days, Grandpa Bone will definitely play with you properly." "No, no, no." Ning Rongrong cried hysterically. "Daddy is a bad person. Grandpa Sword is a bad person. Grandpa Bone is a bad person. No one loves me anymore, Wa Tilda." No matter how heartbreakingly Ning Rongrong cried, Bone Douluo remained hard-hearted, dragging her back and ordering others to increase her protection and training. Your Highness, this should be the place. Sunset Forest. Besides bringing Porcupinefish Douluo, Qian Runshui was also accompanied by personnel arranged by Emperor Shuiyi, and Porcupinefish Douluo had changed his address for Qian Runshui to Your Highness. The Heaven Human sect's mountain gate is quite imposing, but how come there don't seem to be any other buildings? Could it be that they haven't had time to build them yet? Qian Runshui looked at the unremarkable mountain peaks behind the mountain gate. She couldn't even see traces of buildings on the mountain. Compared to that mountain gate, which seemed to have been passed down from ancient times and looked as if it could split the entire mountain in two, the sect itself behind it seemed far too ordinary. However, that made sense. After all, time was limited. It was impossible to build a large sect out of thin air. "Let's go." Halt. The disciples of the 3 major sects had all arrived, and various positions had been assigned. The disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at the group approaching and immediately called out to stop them. "Who are you? What is your business coming to our Heaven Human sect?" Although these disciples had originally belonged to 3 different sects and were now part of one, they had adapted very quickly, and their sense of belonging was incredibly strong. Before, when they were defeated by Dugu Bo alone, they had been filled with anxiety about the future, worried that they would become slaves driven by others. But after arriving, everyone had the same feeling. It's so good. Compared to the new sect, their previous sects were practically beggar dens. The Heaven Human sect's 9 palaces and 8 trigrams layout not only had defensive and protective functions, but was also highly beneficial for cultivating. Various mimetic cultivation grounds could cover the needs of all attribute spirit masters, and the effects were far superior to their previous sects. The pride and sense of belonging of these disciples had reached an extremely high level in a short period. Even the disciples guarding the gate already carried the demeanor of a major sect. "This is the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. By the order of His Majesty the Emperor, we bring gifts to congratulate the establishment of the Heaven Human sect." Qian Runshui had instructed them on the way that after arriving here, their attitude should be more amiable, and they should treat the Heaven Human sect as one of the upper 3 sects. Wait a moment, I will go in and report. Porcupinefish Douluo watched the disciple walk into the mountain gate. For some reason, ever since that disciple entered the mountain gate, Porcupinefish Douluo felt his figure becoming increasingly blurry. It was as if the disciple hadn't even turned a corner, yet Porcupinefish Douluo could no longer catch sight of him. Was it an illusion? Porcupinefish Douluo was somewhat puzzled. After waiting for a while, that disciple seemed to walk out from behind the mountain gate out of thin air. Porcupinefish Douluo hadn't even seen his path of return. This thoroughly confirmed to Porcupinefish Douluo that the strange feeling from before was definitely not an illusion. This Heaven Human sect seemed a bit strange. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please. That disciple said. Qian Runshui nodded at him and led the group into the mountain gate. Whoa tilde. How is this possible? After entering the mountain gate, the group constantly let out exclamations. The mountain peaks that looked unremarkable from outside the gate became towering into the clouds and majestic after entering, with a much more imposing aura than any mountain peak they had ever seen before. Moreover, outside, they hadn't seen a single building. But after coming in, the pavilions and towers along the way blended with the mountain's topography, and a sense of steadfast tranquility arose spontaneously. Looking into the distance, a waterfall cascading down like a silver ribbon hung high, with a 7-colored rainbow floating above it. The disciple leading the way wore a proud smile on his face. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please follow me. Chapter 100. Gifts must be given, might as well just follow the big shot. Upon entering the Heaven Human sect, Qian Runshui had only one feeling. That was shock. She never expected that in such a short time, Su Chen could build an ordinary mountain peak into such a magnificent and extraordinary sect. No, that's not right. Even with time, with the strength of human spirit masters, was it truly possible to build a sect of this scale? Especially after seeing the floating sect master's hall, Qian Runshui was completely certain that this was absolutely not something normal humans could build. It must have been the goddess of kindness who intervened. This sect must be using technology from the god realm, or perhaps it was even crafted by the hands of a deity. Qian Runshui felt a twinge of jealousy in her heart. Look at this inheritor. When he wants to build a sect, the deity behind him directly takes action, creating a sect that far exceeds the standards of the douluo continent. Then look at herself. Truly, comparing people is infuriating, comparing goods is just a reason to throw them away. If Qian Runshui felt this way, the accompanying staff were even worse off. They even suspected they had arrived at the celestial palaces and divine temples from legends. Qian Runshui took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The gifts and the accompanying staff were taken away to be settled, while Qian Runshui and Porcupinefish Douluo were led toward the sect master's hall. Qian Runshui looked at the disciple leading the way. Although it wasn't very far from here to the sect master's hall, it wouldn't be easy to get across without a flight-tight spirit. Then, she saw a pair of iron wings unfold behind the disciple, lifting him off the ground. Your Highness, please follow me. The inherited spirit of the Heaveno royal family was the swan, so the disciple wasn't worried that Qian Runshui wouldn't be able to cross. Qian Runshui was not Shui Qing, and her disguise ability hadn't reached the point of being identical from the inside out. However, as long as she unfolded the wings of her seraphim spirit, they looked quite similar to swan wings. Although this was Su Chen's territory, Qian Runshui still maintained the identity of Shui Qing. At the very least, she had to keep up the act in front of these disciples. Porcupinefish Douluo also did not reveal his power as a titled douluo, choosing instead to leap across behind them. Sect Master, Crown Prince Shui Qing has arrived. Seeing Su Chen again, Qian Runshui's mindset had undergone some changes. Previously, although she knew Su Chen had the goddess of kindness as his backer, in the douluo continent, she felt her own foundation was quite solid. Therefore, she could still maintain an equal footing with Su Chen in her heart. Even if Su Chen was her superior in the god realm, at the very least, they were peers while on the douluo continent. But now, Qian Runshui felt that the slight advantage she thought she had was nothing at all. Perhaps if Su Chen just said a few words to the goddess of kindness, she would directly send him a pile of good things and powerful guards. Was this the foundation of a god king? As expected, it was not something a first-level god could compare to. Qing greets sect master Su. Qian Runshui bowed in greeting. She did not address him as Brother Su Chen, this time, feeling that the other party was not on the same level as her. Su Chen waved for the leading disciple to leave and said to Qian Runshui, "No need for formalities. It's not our first time dealing with each other, so sit." "Thank you, sect master." After taking a seat, Qian Runshui said, "I heard before that the sect master intended to establish a sect, and I was thinking if there was anything I could help with. Now it seems, I was just overthinking it." Qian Runshui had completely given up on the idea that the spirit hall could consistently remain above the Heaven Human sect. She hadn't even interacted with other disciples of the Heaven Human sect, yet she could conclude that the Heaven Human sect surpassing the spirit hall was essentially a foregone conclusion. And as the young lord, not only could she not do anything, she had to try her best to prevent the spirit hall and the Heaven Human sect from turning hostile. At the very least, before she completed her angel god trials, she shouldn't let the spirit hall be destroyed, nor should she needlessly offend Su Chen. After some polite small talk, Qian Runshui voiced a doubt. "Sect master, I just saw that disciple of the Heaven Human sect use a pair of iron wings to fly. Could that also be some kind of flight soul tool?" "That's right, it is indeed a type of flight soul tool, and it was crafted by my own hands." Back at the soul fighting arena, Qian Runshui had seen the defensive soul tool Yi Lingling used, and now seeing the flight soul tool, she had been mentally prepared for Su Chen's mastery of soul tool crafting. Su Chen's words undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. This was a soul tool, after all. The soul tools that existed nowadays were all passed down from a long time ago. Every time one was destroyed, there was one less left. And with Su Chen possessing the ability to craft soul tools, it was as if he held a continuous, inexhaustible supply of wealth. That was only one aspect. If only the Heaven Human sect possessed the means to craft soul tools, their influence over the spirit masters of the world would reach an extremely high level. This kind of advantage was not something the spirit hall could compare to. She didn't believe that just giving out a few gold coins to low-rank spirit masters would make them completely loyal to the spirit hall. Moreover, Su Chen had already displayed defensive soul tools and flight soul tools, so it was highly likely he could also craft storage soul tools and offensive soul tools. These soul tools didn't need to be extremely powerful, as long as they could be effective against spirit masters at the Spirit King rank. It would be enough to change the entire spirit master's world. The sect master bringing soul tool crafting technology back to the world will surely make all spirit masters on the douluo continent grateful for your contribution. Regardless of what she thought in her heart, Qian Runshui praised him sincerely. Qian Runshui did not ask where Su Chen obtained the methods for crafting soul tools. With a god king helping him in the god realm, wouldn't obtaining soul tool crafting methods be an easy task? Qian Runshui was completely resigned. She would just honestly maintain a good relationship with Su Chen and might as well just follow the big shot when she reached the god realm. "Sect master, these are some rare metals collected by the spirit hall. Please consider them a congratulatory gift from me for the founding of the Heaven Human sect." Besides the gifts Emperor Shui Yi asked her to deliver, Qian Runshui had also prepared gifts of her own. Gifts must be given, how else could she maintain a good relationship? While Qian Runshui and Su Chen were talking, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo saw the mountain peak where the Heaven Human sect was located from afar. "This is a bit too ordinary," Sword Douluo said. Ning Fengji nodded. He wasn't afraid of the Heaven Human sect being powerful, he was afraid that the Heaven Human sect was too weak, failing to attract the spirit hall's interest and unable to help the 7 treasure glazed tile school divert their attention. Although a bit disappointed, since they had already arrived, Ning Fengji prepared to pay a formal visit. But he noticed that Sword Douluo, who had been following closely, suddenly froze, staring toward a certain direction deep in the sunset forest, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. "Uncle Sword, what's wrong?" Sword Douluo was always calm. It was very abnormal for him to act like this. "I seem to feel some kind of summoning. There is something there that seems like it could bring me benefits." "Are you sure? Could it be the lure ability of some spirit beast, or?" Even if the spirit beasts of the Sunset Forest had lure abilities, it was impossible for them to have such a great effect on Sword Douluo. Ning Fengji was more worried that it might be a trap set by the spirit hall. It wasn't that he was paranoid, it was truly because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been destroyed too easily, leaving him no choice but to be cautious. Chapter 101. Sword Douluo's Impulse, the God of Destruction's Practice. Ning Fengji had thought that since he had said so much, the usually calm Sword Douluo would give it some serious consideration. They had not come to the Sunset Forest just once or twice. Why was it that only this time did Sword Douluo feel that kind of attraction? But Sword Douluo's attitude was exceptionally firm. Sect Master, I have a premonition that if I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. No matter what dangers exist, I want to go and see for myself. Sword Douluo usually addressed Ning Fengji by name, but this time, to express the importance of the matter, he used the formal title, Sect Master. Ning Fengji's brows furrowed even deeper. In his view, Sword Douluo's state was somewhat abnormal. Even if there really was some opportunity there was no need to be in such a rush, right? Just as he was about to say something, Sword Douluo restrained the urge to rush over immediately. You were right, there might be danger there. I will first escort you back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and then I will come back alone. Although Sword Douluo felt there was a huge opportunity in that direction, a sense of responsibility still made him consider Ning Fengji's safety. Ning Fengji looked at Sword Douluo solemnly. Uncle Sword, can you feel what is attracting you? That way, I can help you analyze it. The fact that Sword Douluo did not rush over regardless of everything, and still cared about his safety, at least showed that he was still clear-headed. Ning Fengji was not at ease letting Sword Douluo go alone. If anything happened to Sword Douluo, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be in even greater danger. I cannot say for sure, but my spirit is leaping for joy, and my spirit power is surging. That place must hold unimaginable benefits for me, and perhaps it can greatly improve my strength. Fengji, I know what you are worried about. With my cultivation, there is absolutely no spirit master who could make me feel this way. There might be danger there, but it is definitely not a danger set by other spirit masters. It was all just a feeling. Sword Douluo did not know how to explain it to be more convincing. He also knew that at a time like this, if anything happened to him, the situation for the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be even worse, but he just could not bear to give up. Since that is the case, then let us go. After listening to Sword Douluo's explanation, Ning Fengji made up his mind. Good, then I will escort you back first, or should I accompany you to the Heaven Human sect first? Although he deeply felt that time was of the essence, Sword Douluo still restrained his impulse. No, I will go with you. Now it was Sword Douluo's turn to disagree. No, Fengji, the rise and fall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school rests on you. If anything happens to you, Ning Fengji waved his hand. Uncle Sword, you do not need to say any more. I trust your judgment. If there really is something in that direction that can improve your strength, it is also a good thing for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Conversely, if there is really danger there, with me present, the probability of you passing through successfully will be much higher. But Sword Douluo still wanted to persuade him otherwise. He could risk himself for an opportunity, but he did not want to involve Ning Fengji as well. Uncle Sword, if something happens to you, can the 7 treasure glazed tile school really remain safe and sound? It would be better to let me help you improve your strength to deal with the crisis facing the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji convinced Sword Douluo and took him along to the place that had a strong attraction for Sword Douluo. The source of such attraction for Sword Douluo was not some heaven and earth treasure, nor was it some spirit beast, but a god position legacy. However, this god position legacy was not naturally there, it was the work of the god of destruction. After studying the slicing deal, sword technique taught by Su Chen, the god of destruction prepared to put it into practice. Sword Douluo was the experimental subject he had chosen. The god position legacy prepared by the god of destruction came from a third-class god named the god of slaughter. It was not that this god position did not fit Sword Douluo, but the compatibility certainly had not reached the point where Sword Douluo would yearn for it so much. The reason Sword Douluo felt such a strong attraction was naturally due to the methods of the god of destruction. Now that the fish had taken the bait, the god of destruction was waiting to execute the sword technique. Sect Master, I wonder when you plan to sell spirit tools to the outside world? Qian Runshui asked. There will be a small batch available soon. Of course, Su Chen could not possibly spend his time mass-producing spirit tools for sale. But now, there was Lu Gao, the tool person. His enthusiasm for crafting spirit tools was exceptionally high. He did not need a whip, nor did he need a carrot. He did not want to leave the place where he crafted spirit tools for even a single step. While thirstily absorbing knowledge, he was also able to try crafting spirit tools. He dared not claim to make high-level spirit tools, but he had already mastered the crafting methods for several first-level spirit tools. With deeper research and the rewards from his divine trial, his level of crafting spirit tools would also advance by leaps and bounds. When his disciples and other blacksmiths arrived, he would be able to learn and teach at the same time, cultivating a team of craftsmen who could craft spirit tools. One of them was the storage spirit tool. The first-level storage spirit tool he could craft had an internal space of only about 1 cubic meter. However, for the vast majority of spirit masters, a storage spirit tool of this size was already a treasure that was hard to obtain, so there was no need to worry about sales. Qian Runshui had already leveled her mindset. Asking when the spirit tools would go on sale was just to gain an early advantage. Spirit Hall would most likely not be able to compare to the Heaven Human sect in the future, but at the very least, it could not be surpassed by other forces. For good things like spirit tools, it was naturally better to buy as many as possible before other forces reacted. Qian Runshui felt that the production of spirit tools would certainly not be able to increase within 3 to 5 years. This was a good opportunity to hoard stock. Before leaving, Qian Runshui met with Snake Lance Douluo again. Snake Lance Douluo had previously gone out to undergo his divine trial, and after passing the first divine trial, he immediately returned. Only by guarding Su Chen's side could he feel more at ease. Seeing his former young lord again, Snake Lance Douluo was not particularly awkward. He was just thinking about how to explain himself if Qian Runshui proposed that he return. But Qian Runshui did not mention this matter at all. Sect Master Su recruited these 3 sects, including the Black Tiger sect, yet you did not receive any information in advance. It seems you have still failed to fully gain his trust. You do not need to rush back. Just stay at the Heaven Human sect with peace of mind. Do not try to gather any more intelligence to send to me, just fulfill your duty as a guard. As long as Su Chen did not take the initiative to drive Snake Lance Douluo away, Qian Runshui would not take the initiative to ask for him back. If Snake Lance Douluo were driven away, she would instead become suspicious, wondering if she had offended Su Chen somewhere, which was why he would not let Snake Lance Douluo send her information. However, Qian Runshui's reminder was completely superfluous. After Snake Lance Douluo completely submitted to Su Chen, he had never sent any information to Qian Runshui again. Not even the kind of insignificant information that everyone knew. This was his attitude, indicating that he had completely severed ties with Spirit Hall. However, Snake Lance Douluo was also happy that Qian Runshui did this. The sect master was not afraid of trouble, but as a subordinate, one had to learn not to add trouble for the sect master. Since Qian Runshui had requested it, Snake Lance Douluo did not explain anything else. And his silence was viewed by Qian Runshui as reluctance. You also know the background and ability of Sect Master Su. Following him does not wrong you. If I can become the angel god in the future, I might even have to follow him, let alone you. Qian Runshui persuaded him earnestly, and Snake Lance Douluo could only nod. He had previously felt a little guilty about leaving Spirit Hall to join the Heaven Human sect, but now that was completely gone. Qian Runshui was desperately pushing him toward the Heaven Human sect. Chapter 102. Sword Douluo's Divine Trial. Uncle Sword, are you alright? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were heading deep into the Sunset Forest, but they somehow got lost and arrived in an area they were completely unfamiliar with. The Sunset Forest was not the Stardow Great Forest, and disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School often came here to hunt for spirit rings. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo had been here too many times. Even if they didn't know every blade of grass and tree, they certainly wouldn't have ended up getting lost. Before their eyes, everything around them had turned blood red. The flowers, plants, and trees in the surroundings seemed to have turned into twisted bones, which was a shocking sight to behold. Just as Ning Fengji was feeling nervous, he suddenly noticed that Sword Douluo had frozen in place, and no matter how he called out, Sword Douluo remained unresponsive. Even when Ning Fengji tried to pat sword douluo, his palm could not get within 3 inches of sword douluo. At this point, Ning Fengji finally determined that this was not a trap set by the Spirit Hall. Sword douluo was, after all, a level 96 titled douluo. Even if Qian Dalu were to make a move, while it was true that Qian Dalu could crush sword douluo, it would be impossible to make sword douluo fall into this state without a sound. Ning Fengji was both worried and anxious. It was true that his support abilities were very strong, but in this current situation, his support abilities had absolutely no place to be used. He didn't even dare to leave alone. Without sword douluo's protection, if he, a pure support spirit master, were to run into a 10,000-year spirit beast, it would be a big problem. Ning Fengji waited for 5 hours before sword douluo regained consciousness. However, a touch of blood red surged into sword douluo's eyes, which caused Ning Fengji's heart to jolt, worrying that something had gone wrong with sword douluo. But soon, the blood red color in sword douluo's eyes faded. An expression of wild joy appeared on sword douluo's face. As Ning Fengji felt slightly relieved, a deep curiosity welled up in his heart. He had been guarding by sword douluo's side the whole time. Could sword douluo have obtained some benefit while in a trance? Uncle Sword, you. Just as Ning Fengji was about to ask, sword douluo excitedly grabbed Ning Fengji's arms. Fengji, I'm afraid you can hardly imagine what I have obtained. Coming here was definitely the right choice. If I had missed this opportunity, I would have wanted to bang my head against a wall and die. Uncle Sword, tell me quickly. Sword douluo lowered his voice and said, a god. I have gained the favor of a god and have begun the divine trial for a god position. Fengji, I have a chance to become a god. Wah, what? Become a god? Ning Fengji suspected he had misheard, or perhaps sword douluo had misspoken. To be dazed for a while in broad daylight and then say he had a chance to become a god. Either it was a daydream or he had lost his mind. You didn't mishear, it is to become a god. It took quite a bit of explanation from sword douluo before Ning Fengji believed that he had truly obtained a divine trial. Ning Fengji said, legend has it that the angel god worshipped by the Spirit Hall truly exists, and the ancestors of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school even left behind scattered words saying that the Spirit Hall still has the legacy of the angel god. But after so many years, while it is true that the Spirit Hall has had many a genius, no one has actually been seen becoming the angel god. Uncle Sword, you have obtained a divine trial for a god position. Could it be that the words left behind by the ancestors of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school are true, and the Spirit Hall really has the legacy of the angel god's god position? Sword douluo shook his head. I don't know if the Spirit Hall has a god position legacy, and even if it did, the conditions to obtain the legacy must be extremely harsh, whereas the god position legacy I have obtained is absolutely real. The Spirit Hall is aggressive and its ambition is expanding. Before, we could only think about preserving our seeds, but now, I am confident that as long as I am given time, I will definitely be able to protect the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, and perhaps even. Having just obtained the divine trial, sword douluo's confidence had suddenly surged. Uncle Sword, what kind of god's trial have you obtained? Can it quickly improve your strength? Ning Fengji did not want to explore why sword douluo had suddenly obtained a god position legacy. He only wanted to know if sword douluo's strength could be improved quickly. Sword douluo said, as long as I can pass the divine trial, I can obtain corresponding rewards, and these rewards include an increase in spirit power. Then Uncle Sword, what is your divine trial? Is it dangerous? The first divine trial is not too difficult, but it is just what? Ning Fengji also had a strong curiosity about the divine trial. While feeling happy for sword douluo, envy and even some bitterness were growing inside him. The god of slaughter is quite compatible with the killing Dao of my 7-kill sword. The first divine trial is related to slaughter. It requires me to slaughter the entire strength clan, to wipe them out completely. A trace of worry appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. This god of slaughter had such a murderous nature. Just for the first divine trial, it required exterminating an entire clan. Of course, Ning Fengji did not hold the Strength Clan in high regard, but he also knew that the Strength Clan was once an appendage of the Clear Sky sect. Although the Clear Sky sect had now closed its doors and sealed its mountain, and the Strength Clan had become like stray dogs without a master, there was still some sentiment left. Currently, the 7 treasure glazed Tile School was facing a huge threat from the Spirit Hall. If they were to make a big move and launch an extermination campaign against the Strength Clan at this time, wouldn't that just be creating an opportunity for the Spirit Hall? Before Sword Douluo could become strong enough to protect the 7 treasure glazed Tile School or even replace the Spirit Hall, they might already be destroyed. Even if it didn't attract the Spirit Hall, being targeted by the Clear Sky sect was not a good thing either. A camel that dies of starvation is still bigger than a horse. Although the Clear Sky sect had not asked about the world for a long time, its strength was definitely not below that of the 7 treasure glazed Tile School. The most critical thing was that this was only the first divine trial. Who knew whose entire family this god of slaughter would require to be exterminated, or whose entire clan to be wiped out in the subsequent divine trials? Xunji, don't worry. This matter does not require the 7 treasure glazed Tile School to mobilize its forces, it is enough for me to act alone. I will do it more discreetly. Sword Douluo knew Ning Fengji's concerns, and he also did not want to involve the 7 treasure glazed Tile School in trouble. Uncle Sword, I am naturally at ease with you handling things. The sect really cannot send people to act against the Strength Clan. If you have other needs, I will definitely support you with all my strength. Although Sword Douluo was not a member of the Ning family who possessed the 7 treasure glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. But once he became a god, the 7 treasure glazed Tile School could become a force with a divine legacy, just like the Spirit Hall. This had huge benefits for the 7 treasure glazed Tile School, so Ning Fengji was naturally willing to help. Of course, the premise was not to let the 7 treasure glazed Tile School perish before Sword Douluo became a god. After obtaining the god position trial, the environment around Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji returned to the familiar Sunset Forest. The two identified the direction and walked along the path they came from. Fengji, are we returning to the 7 treasure glazed Tile School, or should we continue to visit the Heaven Human sect? Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment and said, no need to go to the Heaven Human sect, let's go straight back. If it weren't for Sword Douluo obtaining the god position trial, even if the Heaven Human sect looked too simple and shabby, Ning Fengji would still have gone. But now, he felt that it was better to be still than to move, and everything should take precedence over Sword Douluo's divine trial. Just send some disciples to the Heaven Human sect, that will do. Uncle Sword, you should prepare well on how to complete the first divine trial. Wiping out the Strength Clan was not difficult, the difficulty was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots without letting others link it to Sword Douluo. Chapter 103. The Rolling Tang San, has Qian Runshui gotten brains? Brother San, take a break. Since returning from Heaveno City, Xiaowu noticed that Tang San had suddenly become diligent. It wasn't that he liked to slack off before, but rather that whether it was handling matters or cultivating, Tang San had always appeared calm, composed, and leisurely. But now, Tang San had entered a state of a cultivation maniac. He spent most of his day cultivating, and even the time he spent flirting and building a relationship with Xiaowu had decreased significantly. No, I need to focus my energy on cultivating. Tang San rejected Xiaowu's persuasion. He had been so leisurely before because he felt that since he had experienced rebirth once again, he knew everything like the back of his hand and had no need to rush. But now, he discovered that things were beyond his control, so naturally, he needed to pull himself together and put some effort into cultivating. Although he had been a god king for so long, Tang San clearly still possessed some perseverance. When he said he would put in the hard work, he truly could, and he could keep it up. He now possessed his past life's experience, but he lacked the help of the ice and fire yin-yang well. If he continued to live leisurely and didn't strive for improvement, his cultivation progress might not even match that of his past life. Furthermore, Spirit Hall's repeated preemptive strikes gave Tang San a strong sense of crisis. In his past life, he was able to turn the tables and trample Spirit Hall under his feet. In this life, he absolutely could not stumble. Xiaowu said, all right, then I'll cultivate with you, Brother San. Although Xiaowu hadn't spent that long with Tang San yet, and hadn't experienced the event of sacrificing herself for Tang San, she had already shown a trend of losing her brain and listening to Tang San in everything. Seeing how hard Tang San and Xiaowu were working, Flender grabbed Ma Hongjun and Oscar by their ears and gave them a stern lecture. Look at them, their talent is better than yours, yet they still work harder than you, while you two giggle all day long. Can you still even be considered monsters? Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at each other, and could only nod repeatedly at Dean Flender's criticism. Both Ma Hongjun and Oscar deeply admired Tang San's talent. Even though he was only slightly older than Ma Hongjun, his spirit power rank was significantly higher than even Oscar's. But this didn't mean they liked to join in the rat race with Tang San, especially since they couldn't catch up to Tang San even when they did. Behind Flender's back, the two looked at each other. They both loved and feared Tang San. They loved him because Tang San's strength had convinced them, and they feared him naturally because, after Tang San arrived, they had become like adopted children. Yu Shaogang, on the other hand, was exceptionally gratified that Tang San had become so diligent. Although he had been very satisfied with Tang San's talent before, feeling that he had picked up a precious treasure. But the previous Tang San had appeared somewhat lazy, and Yu Shaogang hadn't felt right saying anything. After all, even a less diligent Tang San was already outstanding enough. Yu Shaogang saw Tang San's change and thought it was because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been destroyed, and Tang San had seen his sorrow and despair. To take revenge for him, Tang San had overcome his past laziness and wished he could treat one day as two. While moved, the sorrow and resentment in Yu Shaogang's heart lessened quite a bit. Shaogang, look, even little San is cultivating so desperately, you, as his teacher, must also pull yourself together. After following Yu Shaogang to Shrek, Lu Erlong had always been gentle and considerate, wanting to use her warmth to comfort Yu Shaogang's scarred heart. Young lord, just as Tang San was about to continue his cultivation, Tai Tan walked over. Tang San's effort and diligence, as well as the talent he displayed that surpassed ordinary people, were all taken for granted by Tai Tan. The master's son should be like this, only then would he live up to the clear sky douluo's bloodline. What is it? Tang San knew that if Tai Tan didn't have important matters, he would never come to disturb his cultivation. Tai Tan said, young lord, you asked this old servant to monitor news from Heaveno City, and the youngsters in the clan sent word about a matter that I thought you might be interested in. Tai Tan did not know why Tang San cared so much about the changes in Heaveno City, but given his loyalty, he naturally followed Tang San's orders without asking. The young lord's decisions did not need to be questioned, only obeyed. Oh, tell me. Tang San became interested. Could it be that Spirit Hall had made another move? Just a short while ago, a new sect was established near Heaveno City. What sect? The establishment of a sect was nothing strange, but there must be a reason for Tai Tan to bring it up specifically. Young lord, this newly established sect was actually built in the Sunset Forest, a spirit beast forest, and that old fellow Du Gubo has also joined this new sect. What? Tang San's expression changed. Who else could it be that would establish a sect in the Sunset Forest? Is this new sect called the Heaven Human Sect? Young lord, you already knew. Tang San's expression became exceptionally gloomy. What new sect? It was clearly a fake sect created by Spirit Hall to deceive people. He had known before that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had been occupied by Spirit Hall. He was not angry because Spirit Hall had created a sect, but because Du Gubo had actually joined the Heaven Human Sect. He had previously thought that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had been snatched from Du Gubo by Spirit Hall. If Du Gubo hadn't been beaten to death or crippled by Spirit Hall, after escaping, he would surely hate Spirit Hall to the bone and might even launch a retaliation. Yet Du Gubo had actually joined this subsidiary sect established by Spirit Hall. How could Old Poison become a dog for Spirit Hall? He had been so familiar with Du Gubo in his past life, knowing his experience of being hunted by Spirit Hall, and even more so, knowing the extent of his hatred for Spirit Hall. And now that Du Gubo's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had been snatched by Spirit Hall, logically speaking, even if he fought to the death and perished, he should never have bowed his head. Was this still the Old Poison he knew? Or could it be that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well wasn't snatched by Spirit Hall at all? But rather, they had reached some kind of agreement with Du Gubo, and had even helped Du Gubo resolve the issue of his spirit toxin backlash. This speculation made Tang San's mood even heavier. Spirit Hall occupying some preemptive advantages did not make him afraid. But if the people of Spirit Hall became intelligent, it was far more worrying than their strength increasing. A powerful yet stupid enemy was actually not that terrifying. What was terrifying was an enemy that was both powerful and intelligent. Young lord, what is wrong? Tang San's uncertain expression caused Tai Tan to ask with concern. Have the people from the Strength clan focus on gathering information about the Heaven Human sect, and why Du Gubo would join the Heaven Human sect? Yes, this subordinate understands. After Tai Tan left, Tang San no longer had the mood to cultivate, but instead considered this unexpected change himself. It wasn't that he valued the friendship with Old Poison from his past life that much, but rather he didn't want to see Spirit Hall continue to grow stronger. Suddenly, Tang San had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. If the person who experienced rebirth was Bibi Dong, she would have absolutely no need to go through the trouble of establishing some Heaven Human sect. It could basically be determined that all the changes were brought about by Qian Runshui. The reason she established the Heaven Human sect was simply to develop her own power. When Bibi Dong died in the past life, it seemed that she and Qian Runshui had resolved their previous grievances and grudges, both willing to die for each other. But this didn't mean that Qian Runshui could make the Bibi Dong of this time be a loving mother to her daughter and reconcile with her. Bibi Dong's madness was something even Tang San felt he couldn't fathom. After all, who could understand the thinking of a madman? Qian Runshui might have tried to ease the relationship, but it had no effect, or perhaps she simply couldn't be bothered to try. In a situation where she couldn't get support from Bibi Dong and didn't want to have a fierce conflict with her, developing her own forces in secret was undoubtedly a good method. Chapter 104. Strength Clan, Annihilated. At night, Tang San tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. Third brother, did you have a nightmare? Although the conditions at Shrek Academy were not great, there were enough rooms. Yet, whether out of habit or some other reason, Xiao Wu still insisted on staying in the same room and on the same bed as Tang San. No, it's nothing. Tang San suddenly thought that since the ice and fire yin-yang well had been occupied by Spirit Hall first, wouldn't his mother's spirit bone have been taken away in advance as well? But then he thought, the cave where his father hid his mother was so well hidden that even after he became a god king in his past life, he hadn't told anyone else. It could be said that apart from him and Tang Hao, absolutely no one else knew about this. Even if all of Spirit Hall had undergone rebirth, they shouldn't be able to take away the spirit bone left by his mother in advance. Although he thought this way, Tang San still felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. How about I don't wait for Dad, and go take my mother's spirit bone in advance? Driven by the thought of securing what is his, Tang San decided to go to that cave himself and get the spirit bone first. Since I missed out on those immortal herbs, I'll use my mother's spirit bone to speed up my cultivation progress. Having made his decision, Tang San finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after telling Yu Xiaogang and Flender, Tang San left Shrek Academy. This time, he still didn't take Xiao Wu with him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Wu, but rather that Tang San believed this was the way to minimize risk. Flender and Yu Xiaogang felt a bit helpless. If any other student just left like that, they certainly wouldn't agree. But who let it be Tang San who was leaving? He brought a spirit douluo servant who was more powerful than the teachers at Shrek Academy, so there was no need to worry about safety. After urging Tang San to return early, Yu Xiaogang watched Tang San leave with eager eyes. Yu Xiaogang and Flender didn't know that, in fact, Tang San hadn't intended to take Tai Tan either. Although his past life had already proven Tai Tan's loyalty, Tang San didn't like testing human nature. The place where his mother was laid to rest was too important. He didn't want anyone other than him and his father to know. After returning to the familiar Saint Spirit village, Tang San didn't linger at all. He didn't alert anyone, not even going to see old Jack, and went straight to the waterfall. Mom, what happened here? Looking at the unrecognizable waterfall, Tang San's heart sank to the bottom. How could this be? The waterfall from his memories had collapsed for the most part, and the area where the cave was located was in ruins, turned into a pile of rubble. Tang San's heart felt incredibly cold. How could such a hidden place have been discovered? Tang San didn't think of Tang Hao at all. The reason this place was in such a mess was because Tang Hao had discovered that Yin and the spirit bone were gone, and had caused this in a fit of madness. Tang San was unwilling to give up, opening his purple demon eye wide and staring intently at the pile of rubble. Nothing, there's nothing here. Even as his eyes bulged, Tang San still found nothing. Spirit Hall, I, Tang San, swear that I will raze you to the ground. Tang San's eyes turned red, his breathing heavy like an ox, and he swore through gritted teeth. The hatred of killing his mother was irreconcilable. Moreover, this could be considered as Spirit Hall having killed his mother twice in a row. Wait, no, Tang San was suddenly startled. What if Spirit Hall didn't kill his mother, but took her away instead? If they took her, and at a critical moment, Spirit Hall used his mother to threaten him, what should he do? If he accepted Spirit Hall's threat at that time, the consequences could be quite severe. But if he didn't accept, the label of being unfilial would be pinned on him. Would Spirit Hall really be so despicable? Kidnapping someone's mother to threaten their son was too insane. What kind of wicked people would do such a thing? Tang San completely forgot about the time he secretly took Huo Yuhao's mother's soul to the God realm. Of course, in God King Tang's view, he was promoting family harmony for his son-in-law, Huo Yuhao. He was completely doing it for his own good. Dad. Tang San associated this with the fact that Tang Hao hadn't come to see him for so long, and immediately realized. Dad must have gone to find Mom. With Dad's feelings for Mom, he must be burning with anxiety after such a thing happened. Tang San never thought that Tang Hao might be in danger. In such dangerous situations back then, Dad was able to escape. With his powerful ability to fight above his realm, he might encounter trouble, but there was definitely no danger to his life. Tang San glared viciously at the ruins. He swore once again to skin and dismember the thieves who destroyed this place, then left angrily. Uncle Sword, how is it? Did anyone find out? At the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, who had been waiting, looked at the blood-stained sword douluo and asked. A dark night with high winds is the perfect time for killing an arson. Sword douluo, with the cultivation of a titled douluo, had prepared for many days, his 7 kill swords hidden edge concealed, just to slaughter the Strength clan as cleanly and decisively as possible. Moreover, he didn't care about the dignity of a titled douluo and went straight for a sneak attack. And the Strength clan, with even their clan chief, the spirit douluo Titan, not at home, how could they possibly survive? Sword douluo killed one with every sword strike, not even leaving anyone who could whimper before death, and even the smell of blood was completely sealed by the 7 kill sword, without the slightest leakage. The entire Strength clan was slaughtered, and not a single sound had leaked out. No, just one unexpected thing. What unexpected thing? Ning Fengji was slightly nervous, worried that tonight's events would be linked to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Strength clan's clan chief, Titan, was not in the clan. My divine trial for the foundation was not completely finished. Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief. It was actually a good thing that the Strength clan chief wasn't home, it made it easier to defeat them one by one. Then do you know where Titan went? We must kill Titan as soon as possible, otherwise, delays will lead to changes. Sword douluo nodded. I know, he is in Soto City. Soto City, what did Titan go there for? Tang San had told Titan not to tell anyone about his affairs, so Titan kept the secret, not even telling his son or grandson. Sword douluo didn't get this information by interrogation, but deduced it from an unsent letter from the Strength clan. The Strength clan sends letters to Titan about everything that happens in Heaveno City, in great detail. There must be something suspicious in it. Ning Fengji couldn't analyze anything either. The Strength clan was disliked by everyone even in Heaveno City. A dog that lost its master, yet still stubborn and extremely protective of its own. After the 4 single attribute families were abandoned by the Clear Sky sect, Spirit Hall stopped, and actually didn't kill them all, leaving itself a hidden danger. It was also unimaginable. In any case, Titan cannot be left alive. Fengji, I will set off now to eliminate future trouble. Perhaps because he had killed too many people, Sword douluo spoke with killing intent. All right, Uncle Sword, be careful. Watching Sword douluo's departing back, Ning Fengji was both worried and expectant. Whether the 7 treasure glazed tile school could withstand Spirit Hall's ambition, or even replace it, depended on Sword douluo. Bone douluo had been silent all along. Sword douluo had not hidden the matter of his god position trial from Bone douluo, some things even required Bone douluo's cooperation. He still found it unbelievable. It was true that this old sword guy always held him down, but to be favored by the gods like this and have a chance to become a god was just too inconceivable. Chapter 105. Tang Hao. It was Little San who took Ah Yin. It was still in front of that waterfall. A world-weary Tang Hao walked over slowly. Over this past year or so, he had been rushing about. No matter how persistent he was starting to feel some despair. There wasn't a single clue. In his fury, he had even wiped out several small sects and spirit master families, but he still hadn't found the slightest clue about Yin. Returning here again, he already harbored thoughts of giving up, wanting to end this long, aimless search. But just as he arrived in front of the waterfall, his eyes suddenly narrowed, looking at a shallow footprint in the mud before the waterfall. Could it really be Little San? It was just a footprint, with no special patterns or markings, yet Tang Hao immediately associated it with Tang San. The size of the footprint, along with the power and the way force was applied, led Tang Hao to lock onto Tang San. This was truly a case of finding a way where none seemed to exist. After searching for so long, had Little San really come here and taken the spirit bone and Yin? Tang Hao didn't even have time to wonder how Tang San had discovered this place. He was thinking about another question. That was, why did Little San take Yin? Did he know something? If Little San knew nothing, even if he had arrived here by extreme coincidence and luckily found the spirit bone, he wouldn't have been bored enough to pull out the blue-silver grass in the cave. If Little San knew everything, then his actions were worth deep consideration. Little San had always been so filial, so why did he secretly take Yin away without asking him? In that instant, many speculations surfaced in Tang Hao's mind. Was it because he knew Yin sacrificed herself for me, and he felt it wasn't worth it? Or did he know something deeper? Tang Hao's concern about this even surpassed his confusion over how Tang San could have known these things. I must go find Little San and ask him. But by the time Tang Hao arrived in Reborn City, he was shocked to find that Tang San was long gone. Not just Tang San, but even Yu Xiaogang was missing. To be honest, Tang Hao was a bit panicked at first. He felt that Tang San was avoiding him, perhaps even never wanting to see him again. But soon, he calmed down. If Little San wanted to avoid him, there was no need to bring Yu Xiaogang along. Could they have gone to hunt for a spirit ring? Tang Hao estimated that with Little San's cultivation speed, it was reasonable for him to have reached a breakthrough to level 20 and gone to obtain his second spirit ring. Tang Hao thought for a moment and went to the office of the principal of Nodding Academy. You must be Little San's father, right? Grandmaster took Little San to Shrek Academy and specifically sent a letter back, worried that you wouldn't know. The location is. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San going to Shrek Academy early was completely unexpected. After the trip to the Stardow Great Forest, Yu Xiaogang judged that there was a high probability that Tang Hao had not been following by Tang San's side during that time. To prevent the Clear Sky douluo from thinking he had abducted Tang San, Yu Xiaogang specifically wrote a letter to the principal of Nodding Academy. While asking the Nodding Academy principal to tell Tang Hao about Tang San's whereabouts, he also specifically mentioned that he must be respectful, and even more respectful to Tang Hao. I understand. Tang Hao nodded expressionlessly, then left. After Tang Hao left, the principal of Nodding Academy finally let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing Yu Xiaogang reminded me. Tang Hao had been in a particularly bad mood lately, and his whole person carried an evil qi that was exceptionally chilling. The Nodding Academy principal even felt that if he hadn't said the right thing, Tang Hao would have twisted his neck off. Little San, you don't seem to be in high spirits. Did you encounter any problems? Tang San returned quickly, which made Yu Xiaogang feel relieved. But the Tang San who returned had a gloomy face, which was truly worrying. I'm fine. Tang San didn't want to explain anything. Should I say my mom is gone? Little San. Yu Xiaogang knew that Tang San must have encountered something, but since he wasn't willing to talk about it, Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to ask. Speaking of which, he felt a bit frustrated as a teacher. Xiao Wu also noticed that Tang San's state wasn't right. However, she didn't press him like Yu Xiaogang. Instead, she held Tang San's hand, using concrete actions to show her companionship and support. Tang San was currently filled with a sense of insecurity. Such a hidden waterfall had been found and razed to the ground. He didn't believe that the conspicuous Shrek Academy wouldn't be targeted. Although he hadn't found any clues at the waterfall, it didn't stop him from pinning the blame on Spirit Hall. The inherently evil Spirit Hall. Who else could it be but them? He had an idea. To take Shrek and flee, or at least not stay here to be a target. But he also knew that this would be quite difficult to pull off. Even if Flender guessed his background, he wouldn't abandon the current Shrek just because of a single word from him. It would be fine if it were to go to Heaveno City and merge with Lanba Academy. But Tang San's idea was to go to an even more desolate place to lay low. But this obviously didn't align with Flender's desire to develop and expand Shrek Academy. He was still thinking about assembling a formidable spirit master team in this generation. If they went to some desolate place, how the hell would he assemble one? Even if Tai Tan came forward, he probably couldn't make Flender yield. Tai Tan still wasn't strong enough, and his deterrent power was insufficient. If his dad could come forward, then whatever he said would be final. Tang San once again missed his missing dad. Speaking of Tai Tan, Tang San wanted to ask him if there had been any other changes in Heaveno City these past few days. But Tang San suddenly realized that Tai Tan was missing. Logically speaking, as soon as he returned, Tai Tan should have come running to him to report the situation. Something must have happened to Tai Tan. Tang San judged almost immediately. Xiao Wu, has Tai Tan appeared these past few days? No, Xiao Wu shook her head in confusion. She had thought Tai Tan had left with Tang San for these past few days. The hair on Tang San's body stood up. Although Tai Tan wasn't a titled douluo, his strength was still decent. If it wasn't a titled douluo who attacked, it would be very difficult to deal with him. The most critical thing was that Tai Tan had met with an accident within the range of Shrek Academy. This proved that his previous guess was completely correct. Shrek Academy had also been targeted, perhaps even long ago. But he still found it strange why only Tai Tan had met with an accident, while he and the others at Shrek Academy were safe and sound. Could it be to save the person they hated most for last? The thought of going to look for Tai Tan's whereabouts flashed through Tang San's mind and vanished. If this loyal servant Tai Tan were still alive, he would definitely come to find him. If something happened to him, and he rashly went to look for him, it would be over once danger struck. Although Tang San had experienced a second rebirth, he hadn't grown up yet. If a person is killed, they will die. Tang San didn't dare to guarantee that if he died, he could experience another rebirth. It was better not to take this risk. Dad, oh Dad, you've been gone for so long, it's time for you to appear, right? Only Tang Hao could give Tang San some sense of security. Tang San's plea was very effective. Tang Hao had already arrived outside the village where Shrek Academy was located. Chapter 106 Tang San. To tell you the truth, I have experienced rebirth. What should he do? Tang San kept thinking about this question. It was obvious that Tai Tan had run into trouble, but what about him? When would his turn come? Tang San even suspected that he had been targeted a long time ago, only that Spirit Hall hadn't taken action against him yet. Although he didn't know why Spirit Hall had spared him, the malice Spirit Hall held towards him was beyond doubt. Tang San even felt a bit of regret. When he went to Heaveno City previously, in order to protect his own safety, he had brought Tai Tan along with him. As a result, he was still alive and well now, but Tai Tan, the person protecting him, was missing and his life or death was unknown. More importantly, if his guess was correct, Qian Runshui was a person who had experienced rebirth. Then his rash decision to take Tai Tan away would very likely arouse Qian Runshui's vigilance. In that case, his rebirth might be seen through by Qian Runshui, and at that point, he would lose even this advantage and information. Tang San really wanted to shake off all possible surveillance. But the key was that Tang San had never felt like he was being followed before. Even though he lacked the immense power he possessed after becoming a god king in his past life, he still had the experience. Plus, he still had his purple demon eye. He wasn't that easy to tail. To get rid of surveillance, shouldn't he at least know if surveillance exists? Furthermore, Tang San worried that if he showed any inclination to flee, the people coming to silence him would arrive right on his heels. What should he do then? Harboring such anxieties, Tang San couldn't even cultivate with peace of mind. At night, Tang San was still tossing and turning. Before, he was only worried, but now he felt somewhat fearful. Tai Tan's unknown fate had sounded the alarm for him. At his age, how could he sleep? What if he fell asleep one time and never woke up? Suddenly, Tang San was startled. He didn't know when, but a strange figure had actually appeared in the room. Tang San sprang up almost reflexively. He had been mentally prepared for the arrival of people from Spirit Hall, but wasn't this arrival a bit too fast? Tang San knew his own strength was insufficient, and the person capable of dealing with Titan was not someone he could handle with his current strength. Could it be that Xiao Wu was going to sacrifice herself to him early? But he had just finished absorbing the second spirit ring for his blue-silver grass not long ago. Even if Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to him now, his blue-silver grass spirit couldn't add a new spirit ring, so he would only be able to consider the clear sky hammer. But when he was still a spirit grandmaster, adding a spirit ring to his second spirit was far too risky. Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Having thought of various scenarios, Tang San realized that the black shadow in the room seemed somewhat familiar. Dad. The shadow in the darkness didn't speak but instead turned and left the room. Only then did Tang San feel his body getting sticky. He had been drenched in a cold sweat just now. However, he breathed a slight sigh of relief at this moment. He had basically confirmed that the black shadow was Tang Hao. After waiting for so long, Dad had finally returned. But upon returning, he had given him quite a scare. Tang San composed himself and followed Tang Hao out with light, cautious movements. Dad. This time, Tang Hao was facing Tang San directly. Tang San activated his purple demon eye and confirmed that this shadow was indeed his father. Dad, I have something very important to tell you. Although he really wanted to know what Tang Hao had been doing for so long, and wanted to ask why he had appeared in the room silently and scared him, compared to the current crisis, these were all secondary. But Tang Hao also had something to say. Don't speak yet, I have a more important matter to ask you. You have a question to ask me. Dad, I think my matter is more serious. No, Tang Hao shook his head with a serious expression. Compared to what I want to ask you, nothing else counts as serious. Tang San was stunned. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to say such a thing. What matter could be so serious? Could Spirit Hall have already attacked? Then Dad, you speak first. Tang San chose to wait and see what important question his father had. Little San, I'm asking you, have you been to that waterfall in the mountains behind Saint Spirit Village? Just as Tang San wanted to say something, Tang Hao interrupted. You only need to say yes or no. Yes, but, Tang Hao interrupted again. Good, then I won't ask you why you discovered that place, nor will I ask how you were able to precisely find the cave behind the waterfall. Tell me, where did that blue-silver grass in the cave go? Tang San felt a tightness in his chest and nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was wronged, he was truly wronged. How could it be him who went to the cave behind the waterfall to take his mother away? He would have to be sick to do such a thing. He had finally waited for his father to return, only for him to immediately pin such a huge blame on him. Dad, it really wasn't me who took it. I did go to the waterfall behind Saint Spirit Village, but I only went recently. After I arrived, I discovered that the waterfall had already collapsed, and the cave didn't even exist anymore. To prevent Tang Hao from interrupting him again, Tang San spoke much faster. But Tang Hao's thought was, really? I don't believe it. In Tang Hao's view, Tang San's defense was completely unconvincing and full of holes. You already admitted you knew about that waterfall, and even knew about the cave behind it, yet you claim the waterfall had already collapsed when you arrived. Who are you trying to fool? Tang San had always been sensible in the past. So Tang Hao was very angry at such a low-quality excuse from Tang San, and his tone became heavier as a result. Little San, don't lie to me. The things in that cave were originally meant for you. If you took the spirit bone, then you took it, but the matter of that blue-silver grass is absolutely not something to joke about. Do you know, Dad, I am truly wronged. It really wasn't me who took it, I swear. Tang San said indignantly. It must have been the person who destroyed the waterfall. It was definitely those animals from Spirit Hall who did it. Dad, my feelings are the same as yours, you must believe me. Tang Hao had a dark face. Who are you calling an animal? The waterfall was smashed by your old man, do you have a problem with that? Although Tang San appeared extremely aggrieved, Tang Hao still didn't quite believe him. Tang San also knew that just saying this wouldn't convince his father, so he continued. Dad, I know you have many doubts and feel that I shouldn't know so many things, I can explain all of this. As he spoke, the agitated Tang San calmed down a little and took a few steps closer to Tang Hao. Dad, do you know about rebirth? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, staring at Tang San. Rebirth, my foot. Do you even know what a hammer is? Dad, I'm telling you the truth. I am a person who experienced rebirth. In my past life, I worked with you to overthrow Spirit Hall. I also helped Mom regain consciousness, allowing you two to reunite, and I even became a god. Tang San recounted his past life as briefly as possible. But to Tang Hao, this was all nonsense. Before, he only thought Tang San was lying, but now he wondered if little San had some kind of mental problem. Becoming a god. Why don't you say your grandfather Tang Chen rejuvenated? Chapter 107. It was Spirit Hall that did it. Staring with his purple demon eye at Tang Hao's expression, Tang San knew that Dad did not believe his words. Honestly, if he hadn't experienced rebirth twice himself, he wouldn't believe such an outlandish story either. Tang San had no choice but to be patient and explain the events of his past life in greater detail. He even brought up some things about Tang Hao and Yin. This included matters known only to Tang Hao and Yin themselves. These were things Yin had told him as amusing anecdotes after Tang San became a god later on. Besides that, Tang San also spoke about the matters concerning their ancestor, Tang Chen. A series of hidden matters were laid out just like that by Tang San, and Tang Hao, who had completely disbelieved him, began to waver, becoming somewhat skeptical. Little San, what you said is true. You really experienced rebirth. Tang Hao still didn't fully believe it, but he felt that if Tang San had truly experienced rebirth, then the things from his childhood could be explained. No wonder little San knew how to cook when he was so young and could even take care of him as his father. This was definitely not an ability an ordinary child could possess. If little San was a person who had experienced rebirth and possessed memories of a past life, then everything could be explained. Moreover, Tang Hao had once discovered Tang San cultivating those strange, self-created spirit abilities. He hadn't pointed it out at the time, but he still had doubts in his heart. If what little San said was true, then these might be self-created spirit abilities he learned later, or perhaps created after he became a god. Everything seemed reasonable, but Tang Hao still didn't fully believe it, simply because it was too bizarre. He did not know that this rebirth was not that rebirth, and he could not imagine that Tang San had experienced rebirth after rebirth. However, in Tang San's view, this was already worth being happy about. At least Dad was no longer completely doubting him. Dad, you can listen to what I need to tell you now, right? Tang Hao clearly had not yet recovered from such a massive amount of information. Isn't what you want to say about your rebirth? That too, but it's not just that. Next, Tang San told Tang Hao about the things he had encountered during this period and the places where he felt huge changes had occurred compared to his past life. He even told Tang Hao his suspicion that someone in Spirit Hall had also experienced rebirth. Wait, Tang Hao felt his scalp tingle. Was rebirth something common on the streets? How could you have experienced rebirth, and now you're saying someone in Spirit Hall also experienced rebirth? However, upon learning that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been wiped out, Tang Hao asked a few more questions. Although he had previously looked down on that group that just made up the numbers among the upper three sects, being wiped out just like that was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Dad, there is also Clan Chief Tai Tan. Tang San then spoke about going to the Strength Clan to find Tai Tan, and how the clan chief had asked him to protect himself. He further mentioned that Tai Tan was currently missing, his life or death unknown, and it was very likely he had met with foul play. Tai Tan was always thinking of Tang Hao, always wanting to be his master's lackey again, keeping in mind his duties as a servant. To Tang Hao, Tai Tan was a completely insignificant person. If it hadn't been specifically mentioned, he wouldn't even have thought of him. You say you suspect you are being watched by people from Spirit Hall, but I haven't discovered any. Tang Hao hadn't just arrived, he had been there for several hours. After he arrived, he had been keeping an eye on Tang San, and of course, he also wanted to see if Yin was nearby. If there were really people from Spirit Hall secretly tailing him, he would absolutely not have been unaware of it. Tang San thought for a moment and said, "The people from Spirit Hall must know that you might appear by my side, so perhaps they adopted some special method to avoid your perception." Tang Hao was somewhat noncommittal. Back then, he was hunted by people from Spirit Hall all the way. If his perception hadn't been sharp, he might have been surrounded and killed by Spirit Hall before Yin could sacrifice herself for him. Regarding the matter of Tai Tan, Tang Hao was more inclined to believe Tang San's words. Regardless of whether Tai Tan met with an accident, he would definitely have left traces. I will go and search for them right now. Dad, Tang San hurriedly called out to stop Tang Hao. Dad, I want to go with you. Before, when Tang Hao hadn't returned, Tang San lacked confidence and didn't dare to risk searching for traces of Tai Tan. But now that Tang Hao had returned, Tang San also wanted to see for himself what exactly had happened to Tai Tan. When it came to finding clues, Tang San felt that the effect of his purple demon eye might even surpass Tang Hao's experience. Fine, Tang Hao took Tang San, and under Tang San's guidance, they first started searching from the places where Tai Tan lived and frequently appeared. With the cooperation of the father and son, they really found Tai Tan quickly, but what they found was only a corpse. Tai Tan's entire body's bones were shattered, and he died in an incomparably miserable state. Tai Tan was just a servant. Tang Hao looked at his corpse expressionlessly, just wanting to determine how he had died. He was smashed to death by powerful force, Tang Hao said. Powerful force, could it be gold crocodile douluo from Spirit Hall? Even regarding the matter of Tang San's rebirth, Tang Hao had accepted more than half of it. There was even less need to doubt why Tang San knew about gold crocodile douluo. Tang Hao shook his head and said, not necessarily, it's not just gold. Crocodile douluo among the titled douluo who could achieve this. Tai Tan is just a spirit douluo. Anyone with spirit power rank 93 or 94 or above should be able to do this relatively easily. Of course it was Sword douluo who killed him. However, since he was titled as Sword, everyone knew he used a sword to kill people. So this time when he killed Tai Tan, he didn't even use his sword. The pride of a swordsman was thus temporarily put away by him. However, the effect was indeed quite good. Neither Tang Hao nor Tang San suspected him. Dad, no matter who specifically did it, it must be someone from Spirit Hall, that's for sure. Tang San now couldn't help but associate everything he encountered with Spirit Hall. Tang Hao nodded silently. Besides Spirit Hall, he couldn't think of any other titled douluo who would come to kill Tai Tan. What about the suspicion you mentioned earlier that someone in Spirit Hall also experienced rebirth? Do you have any specific suspects? Tang San did not hide it from Tang Hao and told him his guess. Plotting against the two great empires. Spirit Hall truly has the ambition of a wolf. Learning that Qian Runshui was lurking in the Heaveno Empire and had even become the crown prince, Tang Hao sneered. Since we already know, I will go and slaughter the daughter of that dog Qian Xunji and break their conspiracy. Tang Hao did not feel there was anything wrong with the strong bullying the weak. Qian Xunji had caused the death of his beloved Yin. It wasn't enough that he himself died, his daughter didn't deserve to live either. Not to mention that his daughter was also an ambitious person who would become Little San's enemy in the future. Don't, Tang San hurriedly said. Dad, I only suspect it for now, and if Qian Runshui is truly a person who experienced rebirth, she must have stronger people protecting her by her side. If you go to kill her, you will very likely fall into a trap. Besides, Spirit Hall has laid the groundwork for the Heaveno Empire for so long. If you disrupt it early, they will most likely jump over the wall in desperation, and the situation will become even more disadvantageous for us. Then what do you suggest we do? Tang Hao was not a person skilled in strategy. A person who plays with a hammer rarely uses his brain. I think we might be able to exploit the internal conflicts within Spirit Hall. Tang San briefly explained the complex relationship between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, as well as his guess as to why Qian Runshui was operating this way. He felt that given Bibi Dong's character, at least at this time, she would absolutely not tolerate Qian Runshui meddling with too much power. Keeping Qian Runshui too busy to attend to other things would naturally reduce the scheming against him. Even if Qian Runshui wasn't a person who experienced rebirth, it would be good to cause some trouble for Spirit Hall. Chapter 108. Spirit Bone Battle Armor, once more. Sect Master, are you really going to forge this special spirit bone of yours? Ever since Lu Gao officially joined the Heaven Human sect, he had been like a mouse that had fallen into a rice granary. However, it was not to steal anything. What made him feel famished was the vast knowledge of spirit tools. After his disciples and the outstanding craftsmen from the city of metal arrived, although Lu Gao divided some of his energy to teach these newcomers, his level of spirit tools actually improved even faster. With so many craftsmen researching various categories and details separately, constantly testing and summarizing, Lu Gao's efficiency was greatly improved. Of course, he had also witnessed Su Chen, the sect master, crafting spirit tools. Su Chen no longer mass-produced the spirit tools he had already fully mastered. Every time he crafted a new spirit tool, Lu Gao would put down his work and crowd over to watch. Su Chen did not chase him away either. Anyway, the inspiration and knowledge he absorbed would ultimately contribute to the sect. But after learning what Su Chen wanted to do this time, Lu Gao was still taken aback. Because Su Chen actually wanted to forge the already absorbed spirit bone into something similar to a spirit tool, this was simply a fantasy. Once a spirit bone is absorbed, it becomes a part of the spirit master's body. Forging a spirit bone was not much different from putting oneself on a chopping block to be forged. Just watch from the side, don't make a fuss. Su Chen certainly wasn't having a sudden whim. He wouldn't joke with his own life. Previously, he had wanted to forge a set of battle armor based on the armor skill of his torso bone. He told the god of destruction his ideas, and the god of destruction immediately handed them over to the research team under his command. Not long ago, the research results were released and had already been passed on to Su Chen by the god of destruction. Of course, if the process still required taking significant risks, Su Chen would be more cautious. However, the level of the God Realm research team was truly no joke. By combining the special aspects of Su Chen's spirit bone, the developed method for forging battle armor kept the risk at an extremely low level. It could be said that even if it failed, it wouldn't cause Su Chen much loss. Lu Gao was not a greenhorn. Seeing that Su Chen's mind was made up, he immediately held his breath and focused, not making a sound. He himself was a highly skilled craftsman and knew that during precision forging, even the slightest interference could lead to failure. Therefore, while witnessing Su Chen's groundbreaking feat, he was also shielding Su Chen from interference as much as possible. The area where Su Chen forged the battle armor was not where other blacksmiths worked, but below the Li position, where earth fire gathered. The fire elements here were the most concentrated, and it was also the place that provided energy for the spirit tool workshop above. The temperature here was exceptionally high. Even Lu Gao's face turned red, and sweat constantly seeped out. Lu Gao felt that with his spirit saint cultivation, he couldn't stay here for long. In contrast, Su Chen was calm and composed, as if he couldn't feel the heat here at all. In fact, Su Chen really didn't feel too hot. The blessing of the goddess of life had already greatly improved his vitality and recovery ability, and his adaptability to extreme environments had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with a cold shadow circling around him, it brought him bursts of coolness. This cold shadow was left behind by the Tianmeng iceworm when he absorbed his first spirit ring. Previously, it had always been contained by his killing spear spirit, and Su Chen would study it from time to time. Using it as a portable air conditioner was just a negligible minor function. Although the Tianmeng iceworm was inherently weak and its ice attribute abilities were not powerful, it at least had 1,000,000 years of cultivation. No matter what has 1,000,000 years of cultivation, it wouldn't be completely useless. When Su Chen went to the Stardow Great Forest to absorb his third spirit ring, the killing spear's second spirit ring had stored many evil thoughts. After that, Su Chen discovered that the cold shadow left by the Tianmeng iceworm seemed to have gained some intelligence. For example, now, it circled around Su Chen without even needing Su Chen to divert his energy to control it. This was the first time Lu Gao had seen this cold shadow. His eyes flashed with interest, feeling that this cold shadow was particularly interesting. If he could create a spirit tool containing this kind of intelligent object, wouldn't it be able to attack enemies on its own without needing a spirit master to operate it? At that time, an army of one might even be realized. Lu Gao had quite an imagination. The set of things he conceived was somewhat close to artificial intelligence. However, fearing to disturb Su Chen, he could only suppress his vigorous curiosity. The armor of abomination appeared outside Su Chen's body, exuding an aura that made people palpitate. A mass of liquid metal floated on the lake of lava in front of Su Chen. Su Chen had been preparing this mass of liquid metal for a long time. It was specially prepared for forging the battle armor. A carving knife appeared in Su Chen's right hand, which was also prepared for forging the battle armor. Su Chen's situation was relatively special. His battle armor did not need to be built from scratch, but rather adjusted according to the armor of abomination. The carving knife plunged into the liquid metal, but was not affected by the temperature itself. As an onlooker, Lu Gao noticed that the liquid metal seemed to have decreased a bit. Besides engraving, that carving knife was also like a pen, capable of storing this special ink. While engraving the formation patterns, it would also gradually solidify the armor of abomination, evolving it towards battle armor and gaining higher growth potential. Su Chen held the carving knife in his right hand and extended his left hand. The first step of transforming into battle armor had to start from his left hand, or more accurately, from his left index finger. Lu Gao widened his eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. Even though he knew that the spirit bone Su Chen possessed, which could transform into armor, was rare in the world, and that he would likely never use this special forging technique of Su Chen's in his lifetime. At the same time, he also understood why Su Chen wanted to forge his spirit bone armor. This kind of special spirit tool that could be retracted and deployed, appearing from within the body to protect the user at any time, was definitely the dream of every spirit master. For them, spirit tools were just the beginning, but the sect master had already started to explore a newer path. Oh no, it's going to fail. Lu Gao, who was watching the carving knife in Su Chen's hand with full concentration, suddenly felt his heart tighten. The formation patterns Su Chen needed to engrave were too complex, and it wasn't just about engraving patterns, it also required fitting the flow of spirit power while simultaneously handling the infiltration of the liquid metal. Lu Gao felt that if it were him, it would be almost impossible to balance these 3 points simultaneously. And with Su Chen's mental force and control, it was impossible not to make mistakes. Just while engraving the area of one finger, an error had already appeared. However, Su Chen did not have the slightest look of frustration. The armor of abomination disappeared and reappeared, the previous errors had already vanished, and Su Chen could start over again. Lu Gao, whose heart had been in his throat and thought Su Chen would fail right at the beginning, suddenly felt his whole body relax. He, the onlooker, was acting even more nervous than Su Chen. No wonder the sect master was so confident. His spirit bone armor could eliminate errors between retraction and deployment. In this way, even if he made a mistake 10 or 100 times, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 109. Qian Runshui, I Want Revenge. The forging of battle armor is not a one-day task. Su Chen did not devote all his energy to this. In his spare time from cultivating, the god of destruction discussed the slicing deal blade technique with Su Chen several more times. Because the god of destruction discovered that even if the divine trial rewards were reduced, there were still some benefits accumulated through multiple divine trials. And the god of destruction's original intention was not to give benefits to someone like the sword douluo, whom he intended to use and toy with. Thus, Su Chen opened up other lines of thought for the god of destruction. Giving rewards doesn't need to be so straightforward. There is no need to directly increase spirit power, increase spirit ring age, or anything of that sort. You can give things like temporary increases in spirit power, burning blood or life force, or temporary increases in combat power. These rewards won't bring about a fundamental increase in strength, but after experiencing them, people will become even more unable to extricate themselves. If one is a bit more black-hearted, not only will it not improve the divine trial participants' strength, but it could even lead them into an abyss of no return. Besides that, one can also give rewards like god position compatibility. At first, it can be 10%, 20%, and later change to percentages or even per mil. When the compatibility is full, then reward them with adaptability, formal legacy progress, and so on. As long as your intelligence doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than problems. Su Chen gave the god of destruction so many ideas that it would be enough for him to use for a long time. And the god of destruction kept calling Su Chen the true god of evil, and then he started experimenting on the sword douluo. The god of destruction did not ignore his attention towards Tang San either. While discussing the blade technique with Su Chen, the god of destruction also revealed more matters to Su Chen. At the very least, when referring to Tang San, he no longer hid it but directly told Su Chen that Tang San was the villain he had mentioned before. He also took the opportunity to remind Su Chen not to believe anything Tang San said and not to be deceived by him. Tang San and Tang Hao, half by coercion and half by inducement, made Shrek agree to relocate, and not to Heaveno City, but to transfer to a more hidden place. Afterwards, Tang San began to think of ways to incite conflict between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. The best method he could think of was to mobilize Yu Shaogang. Given Bibi Dong's feelings for Yu Shaogang, as long as Yu Shaogang stepped in, inciting Bibi Dong's disgust towards Qian Runshui would be incredibly easy. However, this was the ultimate trump card, to be used at the most critical moment. When Tang San wanted to take action, Su Chen left the Heaven Human sect and went to Heaveno City, which he had been away from for some time. Sect Master Su, your arrival is an honor. Runshui failed to welcome you from afar. Seeing Su Chen again, Qian Runshui's attitude was more respectful than last time. Bowing to someone who has a god king as a backer and who will also be a god king in the future is not shameful. I wonder what brings the sect master here. Is there anything I can help with? There is a piece of information that I think you might be interested in. Qian Runshui was somewhat flattered. She had the feeling of suddenly being valued. However, she thought it was about the divine trial, or perhaps Su Chen wanted to cultivate a team for going to the god realm. The result was that the information Su Chen spoke of made Qian Runshui's expression change drastically. Because what Su Chen said was, "Are you interested in the whereabouts of Tang Hao?" You mean Tang Hao? Qian Runshui did not yet know the truth about Qian Xunji's death and still thought he had died from his wounds after being seriously injured by Tang Hao. To her, Tang Hao was her father's killer, and she wished she could personally kill Tang Hao to console the spirit of Qian Xunji in heaven. Sect Master, please tell Runshui, I will surely keep your kindness in my heart and never forget it for all eternity. Qian Runshui's repayment was not important. What was important was being able to cause trouble for Tang San. Tang San guarded against everything, wanting to prevent Spirit Hall's spies. But the person really watching him was in the sky. How could he guard against that? He wanted to cause chaos for Spirit Hall, or rather, let Spirit Hall give him a surprise. Didn't he always think it was Spirit Hall targeting him? Then let Spirit Hall really go do it. Honestly, the fact that Tang Hao and his son could stay in Saint Spirit Village for 6 years was really not because Tang Hao hid well, but because Spirit Hall simply didn't want to look seriously. Bibi Dong had no intention of avenging Qian Xunji. She wished Qian Xunji had died with regrets. However, Qian Runshui was different. At least before she sat at the same table with Bibi Dong, she hadn't forgotten the feud of killing her father. After knowing Tang Hao's whereabouts and that Tang Hao had a son with outstanding talent, Qian Runshui was about to explode. What is that woman doing? I thought Tang Hao was hiding in some desolate place, but he was just staying in a small village, and she couldn't find him. Qian Runshui wanted to kill her way over immediately and personally kill her enemy, Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao, who had just become a titled douluo at the time, was able to single-handedly contend against her father and other accompanying titled douluo. Now that these years have passed, his strength might have improved again. Relying on just one porcupinefish douluo to deal with Tang Hao was basically a pipe dream. I will write a letter to Grandpa right now, let him. Qian Runshui just wanted to ask for help from Qian Dalu, but felt it was still a bit unsafe. She felt her grandfather was too much of a gentleman. With his strength, if he had really wanted to kill Tang Hao or even destroy the entire Clear Sky sect back then, it wouldn't have been difficult at all. I want to return to Spirit City. Young Lord, are you not continuing to carry out the mission? Porcupinefish douluo asked. Mission. After meeting Su Chen, Qian Runshui began to regret executing this lousy mission. Others have god kings as backers and are cultivating properly. As someone with no one above her, was she just wasting time here blindly? What made Qian Runshui continue to persist in Heaveno City was no longer the importance of the mission, but not wanting to be looked down upon by that woman. If it weren't to fight for this bit of pride, she would have wanted to quit long ago. The mission can be put on hold. I can leave Heaveno City under the pretext of inspecting various places. Qian Runshui had made up her mind. Even if that woman tried to stop her, she would still avenge Qian Xunji. And Su Chen, after separating from Qian Runshui, didn't rush back to the sect. He first went to the Heaven Human sect spirit tool shop in Heaveno City. Currently, the number of spirit tools for sale was very limited. Those blacksmiths had just arrived and were still in the learning stage. Lu Gao's production output alone was limited, and it was impossible to put everything out for sale. So many people. Isn't it said that the spirit tools have already been sold out? Why are there still so many people waiting? Outside the shop, many spirit masters were waiting expectantly. Although this spirit tool shop hadn't been open for long, and with Qian Runshui's purchases, the number of spirit tools released was small, it still attracted the attention of many spirit masters. These are spirit tools. In the past, these were things that would only appear at high-end auctions. Although the number of spirit tools in this shop was in short supply, there was still a chance to buy them after all. For the vast majority of spirit masters, this was much more likely than getting a spirit tool by bidding at an auction. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't people who were bold and wanted to get rich in one go. The blue-silver grass on those people's graves had already grown very tall. Chapter 110. Power Struggles Between Novices, the Fourth Spirit Ring. It had been over a year since Qian Runshui returned to Spirit City in a fit of rage. And the silent douluo continent had also ushered in some changes. Over the past year, the output of spirit tools from the Heaven Human sect had increased significantly. Apart from Lu Gao, who was a workhorse, his disciple and other blacksmiths had also begun to master the production of some low-rank spirit tools. Furthermore, with Qian Runshui no longer in Heaveno City and not continuing to hoard stock, more spirit tools had flowed into the hands of other spirit masters. Although these spirit tools for sale were all below the third rank, with only a few being third rank, the impact on the spirit master community was still immense. Previously, the spirit tools in the minds of the spirit masters on the douluo continent were basically synonymous with storage spirit tools. But now, among those spirit tools being sold, there were some that could be used for defense, some for offense, and storage spirit tools accounted for a significant portion. Although these spirit tools were of relatively low rank, the most numerous among spirit masters were also these low-rank spirit masters. Most of them might never have the chance to achieve a breakthrough in rank or obtain new spirit rings and spirit abilities in their lifetime. But if they could master a few offensive and defensive spirit tools, it would qualitatively improve their strength. Especially since many people still lack the awareness to guard against spirit tools. When not even a spirit had been revealed, a sudden sneak attack could even achieve the effect of killing someone of a higher rank. In fact, there had already been more than one such case. Among them was an example of a seemingly weak support system spirit master killing an attack system spirit master with a spirit tool. And the name of the Heaven Human sect had officially spread among the spirit master community. Many spirit masters had learned of this sect that mastered the production of spirit tools. Of course, it was not as if no spirit masters or forces coveted this gold mine that the Heaven Human sect controlled. But as soon as one inquired, they would know that the Heaven Human sect had integrated three major sects, the Black Tiger sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Sparrow Bee sect, and also had the terrifying poison douluo presiding over it. If anyone felt they had lived too long and wanted to experience a family ascent to heaven package, they could go ahead and provoke the Heaven Human sect. Compared to challenging the behemoth that was the Heaven Human sect, it was more cost-effective to figure out how to earn more gold coins to buy spirit tools, or to rob them from the spirit masters who had already bought them. Sect Master, Qian Runshui has sent another letter. Snake Lance Douluo arrived at the spirit tool workshop, and only after Su Chen finished crafting a fourth-rank spirit tool did he come over and say. Qian Runshui had left Heaveno City over a year ago and still had not returned. However, her communication with Su Chen had not only not been interrupted but had actually strengthened significantly. After returning to Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui immediately approached Bibi Dong, demanding that she mobilize the forces of Spirit Hall to avenge Qian Xunji. Although Bibi Dong still loathed Qian Runshui, she did not directly refuse. The legitimacy of her position as Supreme Pontiff was largely built upon her being the disciple of the previous Supreme Pontiff. Bibi Dong, who had not yet gone completely insane, was still capable of doing some superficial work. However, it was only superficial work. She symbolically sent people to investigate, but not only did it yield no results, it also alerted the enemy, allowing Tang Hao to discover it. After Qian Runshui urged her multiple times to no avail, she finally saw through Bibi Dong's intentions, immediately. Had a huge argument with her, but it was still to no avail. Of course, Qian Runshui did not just urge Bibi Dong, she also sought help from Qian Dalu. And so, she managed to get 2 elders from the offering hall to go and hunt down Tang Hao. The 2 elders from the offering hall fought a great battle with Tang Hao. Although they held the advantage in numbers and spirit power, Tang Hao still managed to escape. Seeing that the revenge for her father was about to end hastily, how could Qian Runshui be willing to accept that? She had even given up on continuing to complete the mission in Heaveno City, letting the identity of Shui Qing be assassinated and taken offline, just to kill Tang Hao and get revenge. Since Bibi Dong, the Supreme Pontiff, was incompetent, then she would do it herself. Although Qian Runshui had Qian Dalu as her backer, she was, after all, still lacking in age, seniority, and strength. Furthermore, Qian Dalu, as her grandfather, did not want to see Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, mother and daughter, killing each other. Not only did he not stand up to support Qian Runshui, but he also persuaded her several times, saying something about how Bibi Dong had it difficult too. With her grandfather unreliable, Qian Runshui sought help from her backer who would go to the God realm in the future. Su Chen, who loved to watch the chaos, did not mind making things bigger. He instilled in Qian Runshui some principles like, how can a great woman live under others for long? And, how can there be a young lord for decades in this world? Therefore, upon returning to Spirit City, Qian Runshui, while working hard to shrink the gap between her and Bibi Dong and to begin the angel god divine trial as soon as possible, also began a game of power with Bibi Dong. How should one put it? No blood and fire, no power and schemes. It was basically in a state of novices pecking at each other. What a pair of evenly matched opponents. Both of them were terrible at playing the game, with Qian Runshui lacking sufficient strength and Bibi Dong not daring to use her own strength to teach Qian Runshui a lesson. The situation fell into a bizarre equilibrium. And Qian Runshui, this young lord who lacked sufficient wisdom herself, would inevitably seek advice from Su Chen when she was troubled. Su Chen took a brief look at Qian Runshui's letter. Qian Runshui asked about how to win over other elders, troubled by the fact that apart from Porcupinefish Douluo, who had been guarding her for a long time, no other elders stood on her side openly. Qian Runshui was really delusional. As long as the offering hall did not enter the fray, and most importantly, as long as Qian Dalu, that anchor of stability, had not intervened or stated his position, these elders would never dare to openly stand on her side. Even if they knew that the future of Spirit Hall would definitely belong to the young lord, Qian Runshui, no one dared to risk being dealt with by Bibi Dong to take sides with her. You are the daughter of the Supreme Pontiff and have the High Priest as your backer, so you don't have to fear the Supreme Pontiff taking action against you, but we can't afford that. If Bibi Dong were to take action against them, Qian Runshui would not be able to stop her. In fact, the key to the problem still lay with Qian Dalu. If he had decisiveness and ruthlessness, whether it was the problem with the Clear Sky sect and Tang Hao, or the problem with Bibi Dong, it could have been solved long ago. The current Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong, was crazy, the next Supreme Pontiff, Qian Runshui, was foolish, and the previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji, was stupid. In fact, Qian Dalu, who seemed to be the most normal Supreme Pontiff, was not much better. Spirit Hall was truly unlucky for who knows how many lifetimes to have ended up with them. Sect Master, should I reply? Snake Lance Douluo asked. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his hands. Then let's teach this little heavenly god what a real power struggle is. It was obvious that Qian Runshui was preparing to be part of Su Chen's entourage when he went to the god realm. Although she was a bit foolish, she could at least become a first-class god, and her strength lay in her obedience. In contrast, Bibi Dong was both crazy and evil, and had no relationship with Su Chen. However, Su Chen did not spend much energy on this. He just treated it as a form of leisure and entertainment, like playing chess from such a long distance. Snake Lance, I am here. Accompany me on a trip tomorrow. Snake Lance Douluo glanced at Su Chen. Yes, is the sect master going to hunt for the 4th spirit ring? Chapter 111. Obtaining a spirit ring in the far north. Su Chen had just turned 10 not long ago. In the current Douluo continent, reaching rank 40 spirit power at this age could be considered shocking. However, neither Snake Lance Douluo nor anyone else in the Heaven Human sect felt there was anything to be surprised about. Even if Su Chen were to become a titled douluo overnight, the elders would find it quite normal. When they learned that Su Chen was going out to obtain a spirit ring, many elders vied to accompany him. In the past year or so, in addition to Poison Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, the Heaven Human sect had gained 3 more titled douluo. These 3 were the former sect master of the Black Tiger sect, Sect Master Hu Chengxing, the former sect master of the Fire Leopard sect, Huo Yanbao, and the former Heaveno Imperial Academy Committee member, Elder Jilin. Among them, Sect Master Hu Chengxing had the highest spirit power, at rank 92, while Huo Yanbao and Elder Jilin were both at rank 91. They did not go to hunt for a spirit ring after breaking through to the titled douluo realm. At the same time as their breakthrough, the divine trial had bestowed upon them a god-bestowed spirit ring. As for the former sect master of the Quifeng sect, Ke Yingying, her initial spirit power rank was slightly lower than theirs, so she still remained at the spirit douluo realm. A single sect with 5 titled douluo had already surpassed the 7 treasure glazed tile school. When Su Chen went to hunt for his 3rd spirit ring last time, all the elders had followed him together. This time, as he was about to obtain his 4th spirit ring, the elders naturally felt it was their duty to go as well. However, Su Chen had brought so many people last time to secure the Heaven Human sect's headquarters, which was unnecessary this time. In the end, Su Chen only brought Snake Lance Douluo with him. Snake Lance Douluo was definitely a good bodyguard, and bringing him along when going out was the most worry-free option. Sect Master, are we going to the Stardow Great Forest? Snake Lance Douluo still vividly remembered the situation when Su Chen obtained his 3rd spirit ring last time. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of peculiar scene would unfold when the sect master obtained his 4th spirit ring. No, we are not going to the Stardow Great Forest this time. Then where are we going? To the far north. Snake Lance Douluo paused slightly. The Stardow Great Forest was undoubtedly the best place for most spirit masters on the Douluo continent to hunt for spirit rings. Of course, the prerequisite was having the strength to ensure one's own safety within the Stardow Great Forest. As for the far north, apart from ice attribute spirit masters, it was not common for other spirit masters to go there to hunt for spirit rings. Sect Master, are you wanting to obtain an ice attribute spirit ring? Having long served as Su Chen's sparring partner, Snake Lance Douluo naturally knew that Su Chen's killing spear also contained an ice attribute power. However, this power originated from the spirit ring of the Tianmeng iceworm, not an innate attribute of the killing spear. Su Chen shook his head. Going to the far north to obtain the 4th spirit ring was also an arrangement by the God of Evil. The God of Evil was very dedicated to Su Chen, his successor. He wondered what kind of surprise would be in store for Su Chen this time. The Stardow Great Forest, the place where Su Chen obtained his 3rd spirit ring. A black tiger with a barbed tail was prowling outside the stone wall. The dark demonic evil god tiger kept sniffing the scent in the air. It had once been driven out of the Stardow Great Forest by the combined efforts of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python, but it had never strayed far. Not long ago, it sensed an aura within the Stardow Great Forest that made it feel both very close and awestruck, so it had snuck back in. That aura seemed to be carved into its soul, making it unable to resist approaching. But unfortunately, the aura it could sense had already become very weak, and the source seemed to have left the Stardow Great Forest. The dark demonic evil god tiger glanced around with its malevolent eyes, then turned and ran outside the Stardow Great Forest. Previously, it had been driven away by the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python, but this time, it was leaving of its own volition. In an ordinary mountain range far from the Stardow Great Forest, Tang San said to Tang Hao, who was walking out of a cave. "Dad, is your injury feeling any better?" It was not just the father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San, who were here. Yu Shaogang and the people from Shrek were also present. Previously, Tang Hao and Tang San had forcefully moved the people from Shrek away from their original location. After Tang Hao and Tang San brought them here and settled them down, they left the mountain range, preparing to do something about Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Then they were found by 2 titled elders of Spirit Hall. In the ensuing fierce battle, Tang Hao forcibly suppressed his old injuries and unleashed his power once again, temporarily repelling the 2 titled elders of Spirit Hall, and escaped with Tang San. But this also caused his old injuries to recur. Over the past year, he had spent most of his time recovering from his injuries. Tang San also really wanted to help, but currently, he neither possessed the sea god's light nor had he absorbed Yin's spirit bone, so he really couldn't be of much help. Therefore, he wanted even more to increase the life attribute of his blue-silver grass, to open the goddess of life's divine trial as soon as possible, and to help Tang Hao completely heal his old injuries. Tang San had originally thought that after reuniting with his dad, he would either go to the ice and fire yin-yang well to investigate and see if there were any remaining immortal herbs, or he would sneak into the Heaveno Imperial Palace to see if the sea god's heart had truly fallen into the hands of Spirit Hall. But Tang Hao's injuries had delayed all of this. Now, although Tang Hao's old injuries had been suppressed again, Tang San did not dare to rashly head to the ice and fire yin-yang well or Heaveno City again. This time, it was only 2 titled elders who came. It was hard to say who Spirit Hall would send next time. Little San, your previous guess was correct. There is likely someone in Spirit Hall who has also undergone rebirth. Tang Hao had basically believed what Tang San said about his own rebirth and that someone in Spirit Hall had also undergone rebirth. Ever since he had escaped from the pursuit and interception of Qian Xunji and other titled douluo from Spirit Hall back then, Spirit Hall had not come looking for him for so many years. This time, for 2 titled elders of Spirit Hall to suddenly show up at their doorstep was very abnormal. Little San, since you have the memories of your past life, Dad will no longer treat you as a child. What do you think we should do next to cope with Spirit Hall's relentless pressure? Tang San said. Dad, it is still too difficult for us alone to deal with Spirit Hall. While enhancing our own strength, we must obtain more help. The help Tang San mentioned included the Clear Sky Sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even Tang Chen from the Slaughter City. However, obtaining help from these 3 places was somewhat difficult. The elders of the Clear Sky Sect were likely still gnashing their teeth over the losses Tang Hao had brought upon the Clear Sky Sect. Upon seeing Tang Hao, the elders might even attack them instead of helping them. They were not Tang Hao. They would not so easily believe Tang San's story about rebirth. As for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they were a perfectly fine upper 3 sects, and they would not be so easily persuaded. In fact, the key to the problem was that their strength was too weak. If they could find great-grandfather Tang Chen, these problems could actually be easily solved. With the support of great-grandfather, the members of the Clear Sky Sect would definitely follow orders. Persuading the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would also become much easier. Little San, you said grandfather Tang Chen is in the Slaughter City. Do you have a way to help him regain his sanity? In his past life, Tang San was able to help Tang Chen regain his sanity entirely due to the effect of the sea god's light. But now, let alone the sea god's light, he couldn't even get his hands on the sea god's heart. Let's first look for the 4 former affiliate families of the Clear Sky Sect. Chapter 112, God Position Divine Trial, Shui Binger. Sigh, Xiaoshui, why are you in such a hurry to return at this time? Beneath the angel god statue, Qian Dalu looked at his granddaughter helplessly. When Qian Runshui went to Heaveno City to carry out her so-called mission, Qian Dalu actually didn't quite approve. But when Qian Runshui suddenly returned, Qian Dalu also felt a headache. As soon as Qian Runshui returned, she and Bibi Dong were at odds like fire and water, and he didn't know how many times they had quarreled. As for Qian Runshui's desire to avenge Qian Xunji, Qian Dalu knew exactly whose hands Qian Xunji had died at, so he didn't pay much attention to her chasing down Tang Chen's grandson. He also knew what Qian Xunji had done to Bibi Dong. Out of guilt, Qian Dalu tacitly allowed Bibi Dong to succeed as supreme pontiff, and for the things Bibi Dong did, he also turned a blind eye. He only guarded the offering hall, waiting for Qian Runshui to grow up so he could help her initiate her divine trial. He actually really wanted Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong to get along as mother and daughter, but unfortunately, both Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were drifting further and further apart. The vengeance for my father's death must be avenged. Grandfather, please help me initiate the angel god's god position divine trial. Qian Runshui's voice broke Qian Dalu's silence. What, Xiaoshui, the god position divine trial is by no means an easy task. Once there is even the slightest carelessness, it will lead to death and the dissipation of one's Tao. Although your talent is very high, being the #1 person in the spirit hall in the last 1,000 years, you are still too young. Qian Runshui couldn't stand hearing that she was still too young. When she wanted to grasp the power of the spirit hall, they said she was too young. When she wanted to initiate the god position legacy, they still said she was too young. Su Chen, at such a young age, had already founded his own sect and even gained the favor of the God King of Kindness. If I don't hurry up, by the time he becomes a god, I might still be huddled on the douluo continent, miserably waiting for the god position legacy. She didn't want to lose even the qualification to go to the god realm and become a subordinate of Su Chen. Besides, if she didn't initiate the divine trial, it would probably take forever for her to catch up to Bibi Dong's realm. Grandfather, please believe in me, I will definitely pass the angel god divine trial. Qian Runshui stared solemnly into Qian Dalu's eyes, her gaze full of firmness and determination. Although the god position legacy was difficult, she was willing to take this risk. Qian Dalu sighed softly. According to his thoughts, it would be best to wait a few more years before initiating the divine trial for Qian Runshui. Besides worrying that Qian Runshui's strength was insufficient to pass the divine trial, he also wanted to spend a few more years with her. Initiating the final divine trial of the angel god legacy required him to sacrifice his life. Given the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, by then, Xiaoshui would probably have no relatives left in the world who cared for her. But Qian Runshui's attitude was so resolute, the god position legacy tested not only talent but also state of mind. Qian Dalu worried that refusing this time would instead dampen Qian Runshui's indomitable determination. Very well, grandfather will help you initiate the divine trial. Thank you, grandfather. Once I inherit the god position and become the angel god, I will take you with me to ascend to the god realm and let you enjoy your life properly. Good, grandfather will wait for that day. Qian Dalu's eyes crinkled with a smile, as if he had already seen the day he would never be able to see. The far north. The north wind blew against their faces, and snowflakes fell like mats. Here, it was frozen all year round, with few humans setting foot in it. On the ground, a group of people was trekking across the ice. Looking through the wind and snow, one could see that this group of people were all women, and the younger ones were all wearing similar uniforms, likely students from some academy. Look at the sky, there are people flying up there. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out from the group. The others looked in the direction of the voice and saw two figures passing through the wind and snow above the dancing snowflakes, flying towards the depths of the far north. Flying in such a cold wind, they are truly resistant to the cold. Among the group, a girl sighed. Binger, if you were flying at full speed, could you catch up to those two? Shui Binger shook her head, not saying whether her speed could catch up to those two or not. Teacher, are those two people also ice attribute spirit masters? There shouldn't be many spirit masters who possess both an ice attribute and a flying spirit, right? The lead teacher said, it's not necessarily that they possess a flying spirit. Someone among the students asked curiously. If they don't have a flying spirit, how can they fly? Could it be that those two spirit masters are both titled douluo? I've heard that the Heaven Human Sect, established a year ago, can produce a type of spirit tool that allows ordinary spirit masters to fly, but the quantity is extremely scarce, and I don't know if it's true or false. These words sparked a discussion among the students. Does a spirit tool that allows people to fly really exist? It must be true. The Heaven Human Sect can produce both attack type and defense type spirit tools, so having an extra flight type spirit tool is nothing. The two people who had flown overhead earlier were exactly the people from the Heaven Human Sect they were discussing, and they were the sect master and an elder of the Heaven Human Sect. Sect master, it is said that the deepest part of the far north, like the Star Doe Great Forest, also contains powerful spirit beasts. After we enter the core area in a while, let your subordinate land first to ensure safety. Snake Lance Douluo said with great experience as a guard. Very well. Su Chen flew in front, following the direction pointed out by the god of destruction, heading towards the region where the wind and snow were the strongest and the temperature was the coldest. It is right below here. Very well. This subordinate will go down to investigate immediately. Sect master, please wait a moment. Snake Lance Douluo's face was slightly blue. The environment here was too cold, and the cold wind whistled continuously, making one feel like they were being constantly invaded by the cold air. Even though Snake Lance Douluo's spirit power had reached level 95 with the help of the divine trial, he still could not ignore the low temperature here. Sect Master, you can come down now. After a while, Snake Lance Douluo's voice came from below. Upon hearing this, Su Chen descended slowly, but just as he was about to land, he suddenly looked towards a certain spot covered by the wind and snow. Just a moment ago, he had vaguely sensed a life aura appear there. Is it one of the three great heavenly kings of the far north? Su Chen sensed carefully, but the wind and snow were too strong and the distance was too far, so Su Chen could no longer sense that life aura. After Su Chen landed, Snake Lance Douluo said, Sect Master, everything here is white on all sides, all thick ice layers. Where is the place where you need to obtain the spirit ring? It is not on the surface, but underneath. Underneath, Snake Lance Douluo said with some difficulty. I don't know how deep it is. The ice here is extremely hard. If it's too deep, I'm afraid this subordinate will have to dig for a while. Snake Lance Douluo didn't doubt whether there would be a spirit beast under such hard ice. Last time they were able to discover a space within a hard stone wall. So it was not impossible for there to be a hidden world beneath the ice surface. There is no need to dig, I have my own way. The killing spear appeared in Su Chen's hand, but he didn't intend to use the killing spear to dig by force. The cold shadow wrapped around the killing spear submerged into the spear's body. Go, Su Chen pointed with his hand, and the killing spear seemed to come alive. The spear body twisted, and it drilled towards the ice surface. Chapter 113. Ice Empress, Snow Empress, let me take a sip. Sister, these two humans actually dare to barge into the core area of the far north. We absolutely cannot let them leave easily. Amidst the swirling snow, on an ice cliff, a proud woman with a full head of white hair and a cold, beautiful woman with ink green long hair were looking towards the location of Su Chen and Snake Lance Douluo. They were none other than the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, two of the three great kings of the far north. At the Ice Empress's suggestion, the Snow Empress shook her head almost imperceptibly. The Snow Empress's movement was slight, but to the Ice Empress, it was already very obvious. Why? The Ice Empress asked, puzzled. If we allow humans to come and go freely, I fear we will have no peace in the future. The Snow Empress said, Binger, I just sensed a certain special chi from that youth, and he also seems to have discovered me. How is that possible? The Ice Empress did not pay attention to the special chi on Su Chen that the Snow Empress mentioned, but was instead confused by the fact that the youth could discover her. This was the far north. Here, the Snow Empress was almost one with heaven and earth. If she did not wish to be found, even the Ice Empress would find it difficult to detect her, let alone that human cub who looked like he hadn't even reached adulthood. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress was already pondering what exactly the chi on the youth was that had stirred her feelings. The Snow Empress was a creature blessed by heaven and earth, naturally born and reared. Although she was of the ice element, her perception of natural life chi was also extremely sharp. Just as the Snow Empress was pondering, the Ice Empress suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Shui, I probably know what that special chi you sensed is. That stinky bug actually died. When Su Chen used the killing spear, the Ice Empress noticed that cold shadow on the killing spear. The chi of that cold shadow was clearly identical to that disgusting bug, the Tianmeng iceworm, who was like a toad lusting after a swan. Although a long time had passed, the Ice Empress's impression of the Tianmeng iceworm remained very deep. That bug was clearly so weak, yet it had outrageously good luck, obtaining so much 10,000-year ice marrow, and its cultivation just soared by eating. This was not even the reason why the Ice Empress's memory of the Tianmeng iceworm was so profound. What she remembered most deeply was that the disgusting big bug was actually thinking about marrying her, always saying things that were disgusting and made one angry. The Ice Empress had been thinking that if she encountered that big bug again, she would not let it escape no matter what, she would have to eat it. She didn't expect their next meeting to be in such a scenario. It was, at least, a several 100,000-year spirit beast, yet it actually became the spirit ring of such a child. What a waste. However, this made the Ice Empress even more interested in Su Chen. The Tianmeng iceworm had so much energy, how could this human absorb it all? His body must still store a large amount of the Tianmeng iceworm's energy. If she could absorb it, her and the Snow Empress's cultivation would surely advance greatly, and perhaps their chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation would increase significantly. Shui. Just as the Ice Empress was about to speak, she noticed the Snow Empress's expression change. That is, after the cold shadow left by the Tianmeng iceworm was injected into the killing spear, the killing spear seemed to come alive, and after contacting the ice surface, it smoothly opened up a passage. That made sense. The Tianmeng iceworm could gnaw and eat its way under the ice. Whether it was 10,000-year ice marrow or ordinary hard ice, it could be easily devoured by him. This could be considered his racial talent. Let's go. Su Chen greeted Snake Lance Douluo, then jumped into the underground passage opened up by the killing spear. Sect Master, does your subordinate not need to stay behind? Once a spirit beast comes, it might seal the passage. No need. It was not that Su Chen felt there couldn't be any spirit beasts here, but that he had already sensed the aura of a spirit beast. More accurately, he had sensed the aura of the Ice Empress. As for the Snow Empress's aura, Su Chen had only detected it for an instant, and then it was difficult to clearly capture it again. But the Ice Empress was different. It was not a natural spirit born and reared by heaven and earth like the Snow Empress. Relying on his strong perception of life qi, Su Chen had noticed her the moment she appeared. Not to mention that just a moment ago, the god of destruction had reminded Su Chen that two ferocious beasts were watching him from the shadows. Although Snake Lance Douluo's strength had improved quite a bit over the past year, facing the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, it was likely he would be unable to cope. However, Su Chen had connections above, so he wasn't worried about them taking action against him. Not long after Su Chen and Snake Lance Douluo disappeared beneath the ice, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress quickly appeared at the spot where he had previously stood. Shui, these two humans suddenly burrowed under the ice. They must have some ulterior motive. Should we follow them? The Ice Empress was not interested in the humans' motives, but she was very interested in the person Su Chen. Interested to the point where she would drool just thinking about him. The Snow Empress said, "Binger, that human is somewhat special. You had best not harbor malice towards him." Special? How come I don't see anything special about him? Isn't he just an ordinary human cub? Although the Ice Empress said this, she followed the Snow Empress's orders 100%. She muttered, "It's not like I want to eat him. If he could let me hold him and take a few sips, suck on a few mouthfuls of energy to satisfy my craving, that would be fine too." At this moment, the Snow Empress said, "Let's go, follow them and see." Like the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress was also more interested in the person Su Chen. However, her reason for being interested in Su Chen was quite different from the Ice Empress's. "All right, sister." The Ice Empress shook her body and transformed back into her Ice Jade Empress scorpion form. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress, like a gust of cold wind, drifted into the ice tunnel. That human cub really knows how to dig. He actually dug such a long tunnel under the ice. We've been walking for so long and still haven't caught up to them. As they went deeper into the ice tunnel, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress discovered that the surrounding ice layers were gradually changing from ordinary cold ice at the beginning to cold jade and even ice marrow. Cold jade was considered a relatively rare ice attribute material. And ice marrow was even simpler. For any ice attribute spirit beast or even spirit master, it was a great nourishing substance. The ice marrow encountered at the beginning was only of a relatively ordinary grade. However, as they went deeper, 100-year and 1,000-year ice marrow became quite common, and occasionally they could even encounter a cluster of 10,000-year ice marrow. Goodness, so much ice marrow. The Ice Empress's drool flowed out uncontrollably. Could the Tianmeng iceworm species have some special talent for finding ice marrow? After a human absorbs the spirit ring of a Tianmeng iceworm, is it this easy to find ice marrow? If it weren't for the fact that the Snow Empress hadn't stopped, the Ice Empress would have wanted to stop and dig out all the surrounding ice marrow to absorb it. These were all good things. The reason she wanted to catch the Tianmeng iceworm was precisely for energy, wasn't it? Now that there was ready-made, first-hand 10,000-year ice marrow, why bother thinking about absorbing second-hand goods? However, even so, while moving forward, she still took the opportunity to dig out several nearby clusters of 10,000-year ice marrow and carried them with her. When the Ice Empress wanted to go dig up a cluster of ice marrow once again, she bumped into the stopped Snow Empress. "Sister, have we reached the end? Where is that human?" The Ice Empress did not see that the Snow Empress in front of her had a look of shock on her face. Because right in front of her, the winding passage had disappeared, and in its place was an area as pitch black as ink. Outside this area, the Snow Empress sensed an aura that made her heart palpitate. Chapter 114. Purple Heaven Lightning Devouring Python, Unlucky. Sect Master, be careful, these lightning bolts are very strange. Snake Lance Douluo followed Su Chen all the way into the massive space beneath the ice layer. In this space, dense swarms of lightning drifted about, making one's scalp tingle. It was hard to imagine that something like lightning, which originated from above the 9 heavens, could actually exist within a hollow beneath the ice. However, Snake Lance Douluo was not overly surprised. Compared to those indescribable monsters they had encountered when accompanying Su Chen to obtain his 3rd spirit ring, a few lightning bolts were simply too normal. However, after entering this space, Snake Lance Douluo's feelings changed. These lightning bolts made Snake Lance Douluo feel an aura of dead silence and extinction, as if once touched, his body and soul would be completely annihilated. What kind of lightning is this? Snake Lance Douluo had also participated in the battle to exterminate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Compared to the lightning here, the lightning power of the so-called number 1 beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, was practically like a sex toy. These are not ordinary lightning bolts, they are the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Human spirit masters on the Douluo continent did not need to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation when they cultivate. Even becoming a god did not require being struck by heavenly lightning. Lightning tribulations were established solely for spirit beasts. As Su Chen's and Snake Lance Douluo's voices faded, the heavenly tribulation lightning in this space suddenly moved. Those lightning bolts, some searing white, some blood red, some blue-purple, began to twist madly. Rather than lightning, they looked more like some kind of living creature. It was true that these were the lightning of the heavenly tribulation, but they were not pure tribulation lightning, they were also mixed with other things. Sister, that's the aura of a heavenly tribulation. How could a heavenly tribulation be hidden underground? Outside this space, Ice Empress, like Snow Empress, felt the terrifying aura belonging to the heavenly tribulation. Even though both Ice Empress and Snow Empress were spirit beasts that had experienced more than one heavenly tribulation, they still felt a fear of the heavenly tribulation's aura that stemmed from their very souls. No one liked being struck by lightning, and furthermore, the lightning tribulation on the Douluo continent offered no benefits like body tempering or strength enhancement, it was purely aimed at destroying spirit beasts. It's not just the aura of the heavenly tribulation, there is also a sense of anger and unwillingness. How could such a place exist beneath the far north? Snow Empress felt it more deeply than Ice Empress. After sensing the aura of the heavenly tribulation, Ice Empress was somewhat frightened, fearing that if she got even slightly closer to that space, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Snow Empress, however, sensed from the aura of the heavenly tribulation the sorrow, anger, and hatred of the spirit beasts that had fallen under the lightning tribulation. Could it be that those spirit beasts that fell under the heavenly tribulation had not completely died, and their vengeful spirits existed beneath the ice plains? Snow Empress's guess was not entirely wrong. Those spirit beasts that died under the heavenly tribulation were indeed completely dead, their souls having become broken and incomplete. The reason they gathered here, carrying a portion of the lightning that had executed them, was not only the handiwork of the god of evil but also because there was a special kind of spirit beast here. In the space where Su Chen was, all the lightning bolts were converging toward a certain area in the very center. Sect Master, is that the spirit beast you need to hunt? In the area covered by lightning, a spirit beast over 10 meters long, shaped like a giant python, was thrashing incessantly. This is a purple heaven lightning devouring python, it can devour lightning. However, this purple heaven lightning devouring python is somewhat special, it actually carries the aura of a long-fallen god of thunder. The god of destruction's voice rang out, answering Su Chen's questions while also revealing his own confusion. The aura of the god of thunder. Su Chen did know a rumor that the Thunder Hell Vine seemed to have some connection to the fallen god of thunder. This giant python also had the aura of the god of thunder, could it also possess the bloodline of the god of thunder? The god of destruction, however, was thinking about the divine thought he had previously left in Dugu Bo's Sea of Consciousness, claiming to be the god of thunder. If he could extract a bit of the true god of thunder's aura, he might even be able to carry forward this, God of Thunder, alias. Hiss tilde. At this moment, the purple heaven lightning devouring python covered in lightning opened its lantern-like eyes. In its eyes, which flickered with lightning, revealed undisguised malice. It was hard to say what this spirit beast's personality had been like before, but having experienced the invasion of the evil thoughts of many spirit beasts that had perished under the heavenly tribulation, its consciousness had been corrupted, and it was likewise filled with malice. Sect Master, be careful. This purple heaven lightning devouring python alone had not yet reached 100,000 years of age, it should only be around 50,000 years old. Yet the aura it carried far exceeded that of an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast, and Snake Lance douluo felt immense pressure. Snake Lance douluo had only one thought: he must protect Su Chen well. The purple heaven lightning devouring python roared again. However, unlike its previous hissing, this roar sounded like the rumbling of thunder. With a flash of lightning, the purple heaven lightning devouring python, which had been far away, arrived in front of Su Chen and Snake Lance douluo in the blink of an eye. HMPH. Snake Lance douluo let out a low grunt, and the purple-green Snake Lance shot out like a bolt of lightning, thrusting toward the purple heaven lightning devouring python. Just then, the electric light outside the purple heaven lightning devouring python twisted, and a spirit beast figure separated from it, blocking Snake Lance douluo's spear. What kind of skill is this? Snake Lance douluo was slightly taken aback. This lightning spirit beast that the purple heaven lightning devouring python had split off did not look like some kind of clone or illusion ability, it was as if it had created a real spirit beast. Snake Lance douluo was somewhat anxious. If he were entangled by this thing, what would happen if this giant python harmed the sect master? Snake Lance douluo felt that it would have been better to bring a few more elders along this time to help the sect master obtain his fourth spirit ring. Indeed, when it came to the sect master's safety, one could not be careless at all. Do not worry about me, just deal with your own enemy. This place for obtaining the spirit ring had also been arranged for Su Chen by the god of evil. Perhaps it would test Su Chen, but it was definitely not intended to kill him. The strength of this purple heaven lightning devouring python was not as great as Snake Lance douluo had estimated. The spirit beast he was facing was not so much an ability of the purple heaven lightning devouring python as it was the remnant soul and evil thoughts of some spirit beast that had died under the heavenly tribulation. It was not being driven by the purple heaven lightning devouring python, but rather wanted to kill Snake Lance douluo out of malice. No, it was actually not aiming for Snake Lance douluo either. The next moment, from within the lightning on the purple heaven lightning devouring python, two more lightning spirit beasts split off and headed toward the ice tunnel through which Su Chen had come. The next moment, the sounds of intense combat came from the tunnel. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. He had sensed that two individuals had followed him over. Now it was fine, they deserved their bad luck. I still have to take action to deal with you myself. The lightning power on the purple heaven lightning devouring python, which had continuously split off three lightning spirit beasts, dropped sharply, but the malice on its body became even more intense. What kind of things was the god of evil messing with? They didn't look very normal. The killing spear thrust out violently, and Su Chen moved with the spear, the tip pointing straight at the center of the purple heaven lightning devouring python's brow. But just at this moment, a dark purple lightning bolt was rapidly released from the purple heaven lightning devouring python's eyes, crossing over Su Chen's killing spear at an extremely fast speed, so fast that it even exceeded Su Chen's perception. Chapter 115. The Fourth Spirit Ring, the Two Ice Emperors appear. Binger, be careful. Inside the passage, the Snow Empress saw two balls of lightning rapidly approaching. She immediately pulled the Ice Empress and struck out with a palm toward the front. A violent collision sound and the sound of thunder rang out, the passage shook, and many ice blocks collapsed. What the hell is that? Why does it have the power of a heavenly tribulation? Sister, are you all right? The passage was relatively narrow. If the two of them stood side by side, there wouldn't even be any room to dodge or maneuver. Therefore, the Ice Empress was shielded behind the Snow Empress. She couldn't see if the Snow Empress was injured, but she could sense the familiar and terrifying aura of a heavenly tribulation emanating from the two spirit beasts wrapped in lightning on the opposite side. I'm fine. The Snow Empress looked at the two spirit beasts opposite her with a solemn expression. She also couldn't understand why these two spirit beasts could control the power of a heavenly tribulation. She had never heard of a heavenly tribulation that killed spirit beasts being turned around and controlled by spirit beasts. There was another point. The Snow Empress did not sense a shred of living spirit beast aura from the two lightning-wrapped spirit beasts opposite her, she only felt a dead silence. These two spirit beasts are a bit strange, they don't seem like living things. The Snow Empress warned. Her palm, which she had just used to block these two spirit beasts, was still slightly numb. These two spirit beasts, whether dead or alive, were not very strong in their own right, at the very least, they were not a match for the Snow Empress. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation they carried had a powerful lethality towards spirit beasts like them, even exceeding that of an original heavenly tribulation. Let's go, we will also enter the space ahead. We cannot fight them here. The Snow Empress analyzed the situation. The passage was too narrow, neither fighting nor dodging was very convenient. And going to the outside world was too far, these two spirit beasts were too fast and would easily catch up. Going to the unknown space ahead was actually the best choice. Those two humans were not as strong as her and the Ice Empress. If they could enter, the danger of that space shouldn't be too great. Alright, in the passage, the Ice Empress could only feel anxious, so she naturally agreed with the Snow Empress's suggestion with both hands. As soon as the Ice Empress finished speaking, the Snow Empress drew a long sword made of ice. The long sword swept across, and the violent power of ice elements surged out, carrying the two lightning spirit beasts that were rushing over again, and poured into the space ahead. Who is there? The snake lance douluo, who was fighting the lightning spirit beast in front of him, suddenly felt a violent force surging out from the passage they had come from. Subsequently, the two lightning spirit beasts that had rushed over appeared again. But what surprised the snake lance douluo the most was that two women rushed in afterward. This was not a densely populated place. If not for Su Chen leading the way, even if the snake lance douluo had come to the far north and entered the core of the far north, he would absolutely never have discovered this space. How could two women just pop out of nowhere? Even on the ice layer, no human would appear here for no reason. The snake lance douluo felt a strong sense of crisis. These two women were definitely not ordinary people, and might not even be human. The snake lance douluo already had much of his attention focused on Su Chen. Now that this unexpected situation had occurred, the snake lance douluo felt even more of a headache. In case these two women harbored ill intentions. No, that's not right. They followed them in secretly, the possibility of them having ill intentions was very high. However, what the snake lance douluo was fortunate about was that these two women had been discovered by the lightning spirit beasts. Otherwise, whether they were to launch a sneak attack while he and the sect master were fighting the spirit beast, or lie in wait in the passage to ambush them when they went out, the threat would be even greater than it was now. Your Excellency, rest assured. We two sisters harbor no ill intentions. Let's first focus on dealing with these lightning spirit beasts. The Snow Empress knew that her and the Ice Empress's appearance would certainly arouse the humans' vigilance, but she could only offer a very unconvincing explanation first. Compared to these two humans, the lightning spirit beasts that attacked them for no reason were more dangerous. The snake lance douluo did not speak, his heart remaining vigilant. As for Su Chen's side, he did not dodge the oncoming lightning. However, that lightning did not directly attack his body or soul, instead, it transformed into a cage, trapping him within it. That giant python also merged into the lightning cage, and immediately after, Su Chen felt a sense of crisis of being locked onto. Lightning gathered within the cage. In an instant, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, striking towards Su Chen. Su Chen had a feeling that he was a spirit beast breaking through 100,000 years, facing the life and death test of a heavenly tribulation. While dealing with the lightning spirit beasts, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress also noticed the commotion on this side. As the lightning fell, both of their expressions changed. They likewise felt that sensation of a heavenly tribulation descending, as if a heavenly tribulation were actually taking place. Sister, could it be that he is not a human but a spirit beast? Do spirit beasts that have transformed also experience a heavenly tribulation? The Ice Empress was filled with confusion. She had only ever heard of spirit beasts needing to undergo a heavenly tribulation. She had never heard of humans needing to undergo a tribulation. But the human aura on Su Chen was clear and unmistakable. The Ice Empress's imagination ran wild, guessing that he was a transformed spirit beast. But didn't spirit beasts choose to transform precisely to avoid the heavenly tribulation? How could he still be sought out by a heavenly tribulation? No, he is a human. Inside the lightning cage, Su Chen had already withstood the first bolt of heavenly thunder. Is this the feeling of a spirit beast? It's really quite intense. Su Chen had the feeling that he was not a spirit master, but a cultivator. This sense of déjà vu of a breakthrough and undergoing tribulation was too strong. If a lightning pool or some humanoid lightning appeared, the sense of déjà vu would be even stronger. While thinking about these random things, another bolt of thunder fell. Break. Su Chen was not just taking the lightning strikes for nothing. The killing spear, like a roaring long dragon, thrust toward the descending thunder without yielding an inch, vowing to see who was superior. In addition to the power of the thunder itself, Su Chen also sensed a certain deep-seated malice within it. This was the malice of spirit beasts that had perished under the heavenly tribulation, their malice toward the unfair world, their malice toward the humans who did not need to suffer the thunder, and their malice toward other fellow spirit beasts. That's right, they also harbored malice toward fellow spirit beasts. Even compared to the general world, their hatred was difficult to place, so it turned and was imposed upon those fellow spirit beasts that were too young to need to accept the lightning tribulation, or those that were powerful and had safely passed the lightning tribulation. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress over there were examples. They were clearly staying in the passage and hadn't even entered this space, yet they were actively sought out by the thunder that was imbued with the evil thoughts of spirit beasts. Hatred and malice are strange things. Sometimes they are born for no reason at all. Some people's objects of hatred are not the people who have harmed them, nor are they their enemies. Instead, they will groundlessly resent those who have helped them or those who are luckier than them. And every time Su Chen experienced a bolt of thunder, he could feel these instances of malice, whether they had a root cause or were completely groundless. The thunder fell faster and faster, as if it had turned into a violent storm. And Su Chen also became ruthless, determined to see if these thunderbolts were endless. Su Chen infused consistency into every spear strike. As the pressure grew greater and greater, he subsequently unleashed dual suns hanging in the sky and 3 rivers flowing together. But the pressure Su Chen felt continued to grow greater and greater. Sect Master. The snake lance douluo forcibly repelled the lightning spirit beast that was fighting him to the death and rushed towards Su Chen's side. He wanted to shatter the lightning cage from the outside to rescue Su Chen. You just deal with your own enemy, I still have methods I haven't used yet. Inside the lightning cage, Su Chen's voice rang out. Su Chen knew that, just like when he obtained his spirit ring last time, at the most important part, he still had to rely on himself. The lightning struck again, and in the distance, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress watched this side from the corners of their eyes, also secretly clicking their tongues in wonder. Chapter 116. 4 Symbols Manifestation, the Power of Lord Thunder God. Snow Empress and Ice Empress were both spirit beasts that had experienced heavenly tribulation more than once. But this was the first time they had ever seen such dense and continuous lightning tribulation. Watching the unyielding will and defiant resistance Su Chen displayed while facing the heavenly tribulation, they both felt a sense of empathy. Which spirit beast over 100,000 years old did not both hate and fear heavenly tribulation? Big sister, do you think this human cub can survive this thing that resembles a heavenly tribulation? Ice Empress had previously been coveting the energy of the Tianmeng iceworm within Su Chen, but now she actually hoped he could survive the heavenly tribulation. Before Snow Empress could answer, a whistling sound erupted from within the lightning cage. What kind of spirit ability is that? Inside the cage, a ferocious tiger roared out. With a single tiger's roar, it even dispersed the approaching lightning. 4 Symbols Manifestation, the 4th essential technique of the 100 Battles Spear Art. It could condense the 4 symbols avatars to attack enemies and protect oneself. It was the move with the most spectacular special effects among the 100 Battles Spear Art essentials Su Chen had mastered so far. The space inside the lightning cage was limited, a single white tiger avatar already filled it completely. Su Chen could actually use the black tortoise avatar for stronger defense, which could withstand more lightning attacks. But blindly defending was not Su Chen's personality. Not to mention that this was not a real heavenly tribulation. Even if a real heavenly tribulation were to descend, he would not want to be a passive target. Break for me. As if coming from ancient times, the ferocious white tiger suddenly swung its giant claws while dispersing several bolts of lightning. At the tips of the giant tiger claws, a chilling claw light shone. The tiger claws collided with the lightning cage, and the sizzling sound of lightning and the ear-piercing sound of cutting rang out simultaneously. Su Chen's second spirit ring suddenly lit up. Under the attack amplification, the ear-piercing cutting sound became much smoother, and a crisp snapping sound rang out as one of the pillars of the lightning cage was torn apart by the tiger claws. This was just the beginning. Regardless of the increasingly violent lightning falling afterward, the tiger claws still carried an unstoppable aura, completely tearing the lightning cage to shreds. Hiss tilde. The purple heaven lightning devouring python that had merged into the lightning cage reappeared, but the lightning light on its body was dim, while its pupils were becoming increasingly deep and dark. When Su Chen used his second spirit ability, Snow Empress's eyes changed slightly. However, this time what she felt was no longer that feeling of natural affinity, but an aura that made one feel fear. That aura contained a certain high-level power, more dense and powerful than the energy within a spirit beast like her that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A shrill hissing sound rang out. The purple heaven lightning devouring python raised its upper body, and the lightning spirit beasts that had separated to fight Snake Lance Douluo, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress turned back into lightning, surging into its body. At the same time, various illusory shadows of spirit beasts appeared within the lightning light outside its body. That is, Snow Empress's gaze narrowed. Among the spirit beast phantoms flashing in the lightning outside the purple heaven lightning devouring python, Snow Empress discovered a familiar 100,000-year spirit beast that had once died under heavenly tribulation. That spirit beast was also a creature of the far north, but it had died under the heavenly thunder while undergoing its 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. The various spirit beast phantoms flashed and vanished, and the purple heaven lightning devouring python twisted, completely transforming into a snake-shaped bolt of lightning. The snake-shaped lightning emitted a shrill explosion and swept towards Su Chen. Su Chen was prepared this time and reacted in advance. The white tiger avatar had already dissipated after the lightning cage shattered, but an azure dragon avatar emerged as Su Chen's killing spear swept across. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the azure dragon avatar twisted its body, pouncing towards the incoming snake-shaped lightning. Losing his opponent, Snake Lance Douluo guarded against Snow Empress and Ice Empress while protecting Su Chen behind him. When the explosion rang out, Snake Lance Douluo felt the entire space shaking, as if it were about to collapse. He couldn't help but glance back. Then, he witnessed a battle between a dragon and a snake. The wild lightning snake and the azure dragon avatar were not simply colliding, but entangling and biting each other, causing the entire space to shake. Su Chen's second spirit ability was still continuing, and the consumption rate of evil thoughts was maintained at an extremely high level. However, Su Chen, who was usually very frugal with evil thoughts, felt no heartache at this moment and even wished for the evil thoughts to be consumed faster. Ice Empress watched, eager to try. Have the methods of human spirit masters become this magical? As she spoke, Ice Empress couldn't help but step forward a few paces. Halt! Snake Lance Douluo extended the purple-green snake lance in his hand. Although the distance was still quite far, the intention to block was unmistakable. These two mysterious women had appeared without reason, and Snake Lance Douluo dared not let them interfere with what the sect master was doing. Binger! Snow Empress also held Ice Empress back. Do not act rashly. From Su Chen's second spirit ring, Snow Empress guessed a certain possibility. If Ice Empress rashly offended this human, it was very likely to lead to very bad consequences. At this moment, the battle between the dragon and the snake had entered its final stages. The azure dragon avatar was already very illusory and on the verge of collapse. And the snake-shaped wild lightning also had dim light, and that aura of killing everything had weakened by more than half. Just as the azure dragon avatar dissipated, Su Chen also found an opportunity. The killing spear emitted an explosion and thrust violently into the snake-shaped lightning. What Su Chen stabbed at was not the main body of the purple heaven lightning devouring python, but a certain polymer that was driving it. Those evil thoughts of spirit beasts that were unwilling to die under heavenly tribulation were constantly roaming outside the purple heaven lightning devouring python, and this spear of Su Chen's pierced through them instantly. Almost in an instant, the already dim lightning was extinguished immediately, and the purple heaven lightning devouring python shrank by a large circle, rather than a python, it looked more like a thin, long snake. In the instant those spirit beast evil thoughts dissipated, the killing spear met no further resistance and plunged directly into the head of the purple heaven lightning devouring python. A beam of purple lightning, along the head of the withered purple heaven lightning devouring python, spread to the killing spear, and then gathered on Su Chen. Snake Lance Douluo became even more vigilant. Having had the previous experience, he guessed that this was the sect master absorbing a spirit ring, only the process of absorption was still quite special. The process of absorbing a spirit ring must not be interrupted, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Among the two strange women, the more impulsive Ice Empress had been held back by Snow Empress. In fact, before Su Chen killed the purple heaven lightning devouring python, Ice Empress had wanted to stop him. This was the first time she had seen a spirit beast that could control the power of heavenly tribulation. If she could find a way to easily survive the heavenly tribulation from it, that would be even more precious than absorbing the entire energy of the Tianmeng iceworm. But Ice Empress's eagerness was firmly restricted by Snow Empress's seemingly soft and boneless hand. Big sister, you seem to attach special importance to this human, or even fear him. Ice Empress was somewhat puzzled. Just as she asked, suddenly, an aloof aura appeared outside Su Chen's body. In addition to the black lightning gathering on Su Chen, a blue lightning bolt surged out from the pendant on Su Chen's body, floating quietly outside his body, as if guarding him. Snow Empress was immediately shocked. This kind of power, the violent heavenly tribulation was already terrifying enough. But this light blue lightning looked quiet and docile, yet it gave Snow Empress the feeling that it could turn her into powder at any moment. This was lightning even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation lightning. Snake Lance Douluo's heart stirred. Could this be the power of Lord Thunder God that Du Gubo spoke of, which protects the sect master? Chapter 117. Evil Thunder Rampage, to follow or not to follow? Sister, what was up with that thunder? It felt so terrifying. Even though the Ice Empress's strength was not equal to the Snow Empress's, she could still sense a lethal threat from the blue thunder protecting Su Chen. This human had brought her too many surprises. Whether it was the spirit ring from the Tianmeng iceworm, the ability to discover this space that even they didn't know about, or the power displayed when dealing with that giant lightning python. All of it shattered her perception of human spirit masters. The Snow Empress whispered, I suspect this human is connected to a deity, or perhaps is even the inheritor of a deity's legacy. What, sister, are you sure? This human should still be several years away from adulthood, so how could he be the inheritor of a deity's legacy? Even if humans don't have the restriction that prevents us spirit beasts from becoming gods, they still need to undergo trials, right? The Ice Empress found it hard to believe. Every 100,000-year spirit beast longed to become a god, even though they all knew the iron rule that spirit beasts could not become gods. Yet they still clung to a sliver of hope, enduring the baptism of the heavenly tribulation time and time again. And now you're saying that this human cub, who hasn't even reached adulthood, has already been chosen by a deity and has the chance to become a god. This contrast was simply too stark. The Ice Empress, or rather, every intelligent spirit beast, already felt that the rules of the god realm were unfair to spirit beasts. If this human cub really was the inheritor of a deity's legacy, the Ice Empress would truly go mad. The Snow Empress shook her head gently, she felt the same way. She had experienced more heavenly tribulations than the Ice Empress, and she had absolutely no confidence in whether she could survive the next one. Becoming a god was so unreachable for her, yet it was also so desirable. Suspecting that Su Chen was very likely the inheritor of a deity's legacy, she felt a pang of bitterness and thought it was just too unfair. Even though she felt terrible, the Snow Empress never thought about doing anything detrimental to Su Chen. Let alone the fact that a divine thunderbolt was protecting that human, even if it weren't there, as a spirit beast, harming an inheritor of a deity's legacy, was the heavenly tribulation not terrifying enough? A deity would have no psychological burden whatsoever in exterminating a spirit beast. Actually, to be rational, the Snow Empress should take the Ice Empress and leave this place right now. They had rashly followed here, and who knew if this inheritor of a deity's legacy would perceive them as having ill intentions and thus develop hostility. Being enemies with an inheritor of a deity's legacy was simply too risky. The danger did not come from the inheritor himself, but from the deity behind the inheritor. Yet, in her heart, the Snow Empress felt a faint sense of unwillingness. It was so difficult to encounter someone connected to a deity. If she stayed in the far north, another 100,000, 200,000, or even 500,000 years might pass without another such opportunity. Amidst Snake Lance Douluo's vigilance and the silence of the Snow and Ice Empresses, Su Chen had finished absorbing his fourth spirit ring. Su Chen's fourth spirit ring was pitch black. But if one looked closely, one would notice that it occasionally flickered, much like a bolt of pitch black lightning. Seeing that the sect master had successfully absorbed the fourth spirit ring, Snake Lance Douluo's long tensed nerves relaxed slightly. Although danger still existed, at least he didn't have to worry about the sect master being disturbed while absorbing the spirit ring. And the moment Su Chen finished absorbing the spirit ring, the blue lightning that had appeared around him submerged back into his pendant. Senior Destruction, did you manifest yourself as the god of thunder again? The god of destruction had told Su Chen about telling Du Gubo that he was the god of thunder, which was why Su Chen asked this. Ha ha ha, from now on, when I display the power of the god of thunder, it won't just be a pretense. The purple heaven thunder devouring snake had somehow become tainted with some of the god of thunder's power. The god of destruction had collected this bit of the god of thunder's power. Although it wasn't very useful, it was enough to serve as a catalyst, allowing the god of destruction to simulate power that was similar to, or even identical to, that of the god of thunder. The god of thunder was dead. If he appeared in the world wielding the power of the god of thunder, who would dare say he wasn't the god of thunder? The god of destruction wasn't addicted to imitating the god of thunder. He wanted to use this bit of the god of thunder's divine force to check if the god of thunder's god position still existed. When the god of thunder fell, he hadn't deposited his god position in the god realm, and many gods believed that his god position had shattered along with his fall. A first-tier god position was of no small value to the god realm. The god of destruction didn't explain much more, but instead said to Su Chen, "Those two women are two vicious beasts of the far north, known as the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Do you have any thoughts about subduing them?" Even if they hadn't met this time, the god of destruction had an impression of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. These two spirit beasts were helpers of that dog's son-in-law, Tang San. Before he became a god, they provided him with significant assistance. After he became a god, they were even taken to the god realm by Huo Yuhao, and even in the war between him and Tang San, these two spirit beasts had played a part. Given the current situation, 10,000 years later, let alone whether Huo Yuhao could become a god, it was a question of whether such a person would even exist. These two spirit beasts were actually quite capable. Leaving them for Huo Yuhao, who might not even exist in the future, would be a waste. If Su Chen needed them, whether storing them to use as spirit rings or using them as lackeys, they had some utility. Furthermore, Tang San had also undergone rebirth. He knew them and might come to obtain their spirit rings or find a way to subdue them, so they definitely couldn't be left to him. Su Chen pondered. These two spirit beasts had delivered themselves to his doorstep. If he didn't take them for his own use, it would be a bit of a disservice to their initiative. His killing spear spirit, now that it seemed to have the god of evil's arrangements, shouldn't lack spirit rings. He just didn't know if the goddess of kindness had prepared as thoroughly as the god of evil. If not, these 200,000-year spirit rings were right in front of him, and they would be quite good for his second spirit. As for the question of whether they were willing, in the douluo continent, spirit beasts could not become gods, but after sacrificing themselves to someone who could become a god, they would still have a chance to enter the god realm and would no longer need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. Just like the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, those two spirit beasts had sacrificed themselves to Tang San so long ago, and after Tang San became a god, he was still able to resurrect them. Not to mention Huo Yuhao later on. Whether it was the Snow Empress becoming a spirit or the Ice Empress becoming a spirit, didn't they both end up hopping around alive and well in the god realm in the end? The Snow Empress was actually secretly observing Su Chen as well. She hadn't thought about becoming Su Chen's spirit ring yet. However, she knew that following a deity might allow one to enter the god realm. Relying on herself to become a god, the hope was too slim. It was basically a 10-to-1 chance of death with no life. If she could change the method and follow a young deity, even if she couldn't become a god, she would have a chance to avoid the heavenly tribulation. But she was also a bit worried. After all, She was a spirit beast, and her path was different from humans. Whether a human could trust her was a question, and she was equally worried about humans coveting her spirit ring. Furthermore, what benefits could she offer to make a human who had the chance to become a god help her? Snow Empress, Ice Empress. Just when the Snow Empress didn't know how to speak, Su Chen directly called out their identities. Chapter 118. The Strength and Speed Clans perish. Has Spirit Hall received an epic buff? The Strength clan is completely gone, and the Speed clan has also vanished overnight. Isn't Spirit Hall being too ruthless? Tang San and Tang Hao traveled by night and hid by day, wanting to first gather the 4 single attribute clans. Their first target was the Strength clan. Although Tai Tan was dead, the Strength clan still had some use. Moreover, the Strength clan was in Heaveno City, the closest one. After the two sneaked into Heaveno City at night, they discovered that the Strength clan's compound had been completely razed to the ground. After Sword Douluo exterminated the Strength clan, he set a large fire, completely burying this family, which was deeply ingrained with servility, in the flames. Tang Hao and Tang San were both shocked. Although Spirit Hall was powerful, from their perspective, it was also incomparably evil. Yet, in the past, Spirit Hall actually always left some leeway in their actions. To put it nicely, it was called being soft-hearted and not doing things to the extreme. To put it bluntly, it was indecisive and womanish, leaving hidden dangers for themselves. Previously, these 4 single attribute clans affiliated with the Clear Sky sect had offended Spirit Hall because of the conflict between the Clear Sky sect and Spirit Hall. But when they were abandoned by the Clear Sky sect to save itself, Spirit Hall did not wipe them out, and even gave up pursuing them, as if once they left the Clear Sky sect, what they had done before had never happened. It was unknown what Spirit Hall was thinking, they were just that tolerant and magnanimous. But now, even with Tai Tan already dead at their hands, they still wiped out the entire Strength clan. The ruthlessness and decisiveness displayed by Spirit Hall left both Tang Hao and Tang San somewhat surprised. Spirit Hall had become even more evil than before, so they would have to be careful, and even more careful in everything they did from now on. Afterward, they didn't even go to the Heaveno Imperial Palace to investigate, fearing an ambush inside, and went directly to the Speed clan. Then, they saw that the Speed clan, like the Strength clan, had also been burned to the ground by a large fire. Spirit Hall is too ruthless. They dare to do something like exterminating an entire clan. Aren't they afraid of ending up with the same fate themselves? Tang San said with a gloomy face, the Strength clan and the Speed clan have both suffered this fate. I wonder how the Defense clan and the Breaking clan are doing. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, we will know once we go and see. No, Dad, let's change our target. Compared to finding the other 2 clans, Tang San felt that something else was more important. What? I want to find 2 companions. The ones Tang San wanted to find were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. With Spirit Hall acting so decisively and ruthlessly, Tang San was worried they would make a move against the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were already at Shrek Academy, and Ning Rongrong had the protection of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Even if Spirit Hall wanted to destroy the sect, it wouldn't be that easy. But Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zuqing were, on the contrary, easier to deal with. Whether considering it from an emotional standpoint or calculating the gains and losses, Tang San did not want to lose the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils. Although they no longer had the help of immortal herbs, as long as Tang San himself could inherit the god positions of the God King Goddess of Life and the God King God of Destruction, arranging a god position for them wouldn't be difficult. Even as a dual god king, going to the god realm would require one's own followers, one's own team. He was so familiar with the Shrek 7 Devils, so naturally, he hoped they would continue to be his team. Tang Hao nodded. Since he already believed that Little San was a person of rebirth, Tang Hao gave unconditional support to Tang San's decision. However, just as they were preparing to go to Star Luo City, Tang San noticed something that made his scalp tingle. While passing by a fight between spirit masters, he saw a spirit master using an offensive type spirit tool. Tang San was very certain that this type of spirit tool absolutely should not exist in the current Douluo continent. Dad, let's go down. I want to know where that person's spirit tool came from. Tang Hao hadn't paid much attention before, but after being reminded by Tang San, he also saw the spirit tool used by that spirit master. Being able to emit an ice ray, there is such a spirit tool. Tang Hao released a bit of his aura, which stunned both sides engaged in the fierce battle. After Tang Hao asked a little, he learned that this spirit tool was produced and sold by the Heaven Human sect. Little San, you said before that this Heaven Human sect is the force established by the Spirit Hall young Lord Qian Runshui, right? Was this spirit tool also produced by her? They had already left the place where the spirit masters were fighting, but the spirit tool was still in Tang Hao's hand. It was unknown how much of his fortune that spirit master had spent to buy the spirit tool, and before he had used it for long, it was forcibly taken away. Yet when Tang Hao left with his spirit tool, he didn't even dare to say a word. Tang San was filled with shock. Spirit tools were something that the Douluo continent would only start learning to make after colliding with the Sun-Moon continent. Even if Qian Runshui had rebirth, she shouldn't know the manufacturing method for spirit tools, right? After Tang San killed Bibi Dong in his past life, he did not kill Qian Runshui, whose god position was shattered. Given Qian Runshui's situation, it was impossible for her to even break through to titled Douluo again, so how could she have lived until the time when the Douluo continent and the Sun-Moon continent merged? Could it be that besides Qian Runshui, there was some spirit master from 10,000 years later who also had rebirth to this time and joined Spirit Hall? But the probability of this guess was just too low. How many coincidences would it take for such a thing to happen? Rather than believing this, it was better to believe that Qian Runshui had found some method to extend her life and lived until the time the Sun-Moon continent collided with the Douluo continent. Or perhaps, after Qian Runshui was spared by him in his past life, she didn't want to stay in the sad place of the Douluo continent anymore, so she sailed across the ocean and happened to go to the Sun-Moon continent. Tang San felt that compared to someone from 10,000 years later having rebirth or Qian Runshui living for thousands or 10,000 years, the latter speculation was more likely. But no matter which situation it was not a good thing for them. Spirit Hall's strength was already very powerful, and with the addition of spirit tool manufacturing technology, it would reach an even higher level. In his past life, the two great empires could contend with Spirit Hall not only because of the help from the Clear Sky sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and their Shrek, but also because they had a numerical advantage. It was true that spirit masters could crush ordinary people, but if the numbers were large enough, they could still be surrounded and killed. Especially those low-level spirit masters, powerful bows and crossbows could cause them no small threat. But once Spirit Hall's spirit masters were equipped with spirit tools in large batches, then even if the two great empires mobilized all their available troops, it would only be a one-sided massacre. Tang San felt his scalp tingle. Is this the price I have to pay for obtaining 2 God-King God positions? Simultaneously, why has Spirit Hall been buffed so much? If dealing with Spirit Hall in his past life was a difficult challenge, then after his rebirth, it had actually risen to hell difficulty. Tang San even felt that this rebirth of his seemed like he was being punished. Why do I have to face so many difficulties? Chapter 119. The God of Destruction is truly responsible. Destruction, how are you taking care of our successor? Don't mess up his training. The God of Evil and the Goddess of Goodness had promised the God of Destruction that until Tang San was compensated to the God of Destruction, the matter of training Su Chen would be left entirely to the God of Destruction, and the two of them could not interfere. However, not interfering did not mean they didn't care. After all, this was a successor they had chosen and were very satisfied with. He must not go down the wrong path. They needed to ensure that Su Chen could perfectly fit the God position of the God of Evil and the Goddess of Goodness. If he deviated even slightly, it would be very difficult for one person to contain these two powerful God-King God positions. The God of Destruction said, "Instead of worrying about this, you two should pay more attention to getting Tang San over to me from the Asura God sooner. Rest assured, it's coming soon. Don't you trust our methods?" The God of Evil wanting to abduct Tang San from the Asura God, besides being a promise to the God of Destruction, now had more of a personal interest involved. Didn't the Asura God tell them that he liked to follow the rules? He just wanted to see what expression the Asura God would have when he got his hands on Tang San within the rules. Would he be angry, or would he just swallow his anger? Playing tricks with the God of Evil, did he think he wasn't evil enough? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let us quickly see how much progress Su Qian has made. The god of destruction did things very thoroughly. Besides not letting the god of evil and the goddess of goodness be personally responsible for the legacy of Su Qian's god position, he also used his divine force to conceal Su Qian's tracks. It wasn't that the god of evil and the goddess of goodness were truly unable to observe Su Qian. It was just that if they did so, the god of destruction would find out. So during this period, the god of evil and the goddess of goodness really hadn't privately observed or contacted Su Qian. Alright, take a look. The god of destruction waved his hand to remove the concealment on Su Qian. Your abilities are becoming more and more free-spirited and transcendent. It seems that our decision to pass down our god positions is correct, otherwise, we would definitely be suppressed by you in the god realm in the future. Feeling the progress of the god of destruction, the god of evil and the goddess of goodness couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Their seniority was even older than the god of destruction. If they had to be lower than the god of destruction in the god realm in the future, that would be hard to accept. Even if they couldn't advance further, they had to pass their god positions to suitable people early and leave the god realm to live freely. While speaking, they had already seen Su Qian's status. He is already a spirit ancestor. At this rate of cultivate, I'm afraid he will reach titled douluo by the time he is an adult, right? This child's talent is indeed very high. Without such talent, he wouldn't be able to accept our legacy. The god of evil and the goddess of goodness were both very happy about Su Qian's growth. The more outstanding the chosen successor, the more it proved their good judgment. The god of evil saying that Su Qian could reach the realm of titled douluo as soon as he reached adulthood was still a conservative estimate. If the divine trial gave some rewards, this speed of progress could be increased even further. Why are there two spirit beasts following Su Qian? They noticed Ice Empress and Snow Empress following Su Qian. Unsurprisingly, under the carrot and stick coercion and temptation, these two kings of the far north still chose to submit. The so-called spirit beast not submitting to humans is just because the benefits are not big enough, or the fist is not hard enough. Being able to avoid the heavenly tribulation is the greatest benefit for spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. No one is not afraid of death, and the longer one lives, the more this is true. And they are two spirit beasts with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. As expected of the successor chosen by this seat, both his opportunity and ability are top-notch. The more the god of evil looked at Su Qian, the more he liked him. Hundreds of thousands of years of spirit beasts, raise them and wait until there is a need later, then you can slaughter them to absorb. The goddess of goodness glared at the god of evil. Why are you so bad? What do you mean by slaughtering them to absorb the spirit ring? Maybe these two spirit beasts are genuinely following Su Qian. The goddess of goodness disapproved of the god of evil's statement. How cruel to slaughter them to absorb the spirit ring, wouldn't it be better to let them sacrifice themselves? This is also a way to test their loyalty. The god of destruction said nothing, just curled his lips. No wonder you two can play together and are always inseparable. Don't call each other cruel. The evil one is very evil, and the good one is not good. Su Qian's growth speed has exceeded our expectations. We can officially start the divine trial for him. After seeing Su Qian's progress, the god of evil said, "It is indeed time, otherwise he will be fully grown." The goddess of goodness agreed. While they were consulting on Su Qian's further training, an uninvited guest came to the castle of destruction again. "Little Z, it's so lively here." The person who came was the goddess of life. Last time she was angered by the god of destruction at the castle of destruction, she left in a huff and made up her mind that if the god of destruction did not apologize to her and coax her properly, she would never forgive the god of destruction, nor would she come to the castle of destruction again. Later, she even asked the goddess of goodness to persuade the god of destruction to restore his previous attitude towards her. As a result, after these days passed, not only did the god of destruction not take the initiative to apologize to her, but it seemed as if he had completely forgotten her, his wife of many years. And the persuasion of the goddess of goodness had no effect. Instead, the goddess of goodness and the god of evil had become more frequent in their interactions with the god of destruction. The goddess of life thought to herself, "I asked you to persuade the god of destruction to turn back from his wrong path and restore his previous relationship with me. Who knew that you would get so close with the god of destruction and cast me, his wife, aside?" The goddess of life felt both sour and very depressed. The god of destruction has time to associate with the god of evil and the goddess of goodness, which means his cultivate is not that urgent and he can't spare any time. Then why is he so stingy with her, his wife? Even not having time to take the initiative to see her. The goddess of life didn't even know the reason for the change in the god of destruction's attitude towards her, and she didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. She even suspected that the god of destruction's so-called improvement in strength was just another degree of backlash from the intent of destruction. This time coming to the castle of destruction, the goddess of life specifically waited until the god of evil and the goddess of goodness came, and then followed closely. Last time she decided not to come to the castle of destruction again. Although it was only a resolution she made to herself, she still felt a little embarrassed. Taking advantage of the time when these two came, it was not only to let them judge, but also to comfort herself that she came for the goddess of goodness. After the goddess of life came over, the discussion of the three stopped abruptly. The god of destruction. Goes without saying, he and the goddess of life had nothing in common, and he had completely lost interest in communicating. The god of evil and the goddess of goodness also did not want to reveal too much about their successor to the goddess of life. Whether the god of destruction says it or not is the god of destruction's business, anyway, they don't want to leak too much before things are settled. The goddess of life looked at the god of destruction with resentful eyes. Little Z, my life forest has withered a lot recently. Will you go with me to check it? The voice of the goddess of life carried some grievances and sadness, as if she had suffered great injustice. This is already a huge concession. The goddess of life has never been so humble before. The god of destruction wouldn't go over himself, so she took the initiative to give the god of destruction a step down. This is still in front of the god of evil and the goddess of goodness. If the god of destruction is still so unfeeling, then she will have something to say. Chapter 120. Goddess of life. Have I become the minority? I have things to attend to. Life forest is your territory, can't you even handle such a small matter? God of destruction would not be manipulated by goddess of life's little tricks anymore. Never mind that god of evil and goddess of kindness were present, even if the entire god realm were watching, he would do as he pleased. Goddess of life was anxious and filled with life chi. It would be one thing if god of destruction was indifferent to everyone else, but it would be enough if he were only good to her. But now, it was completely reversed. He was friendly and patient with other deities, yet cold and indifferent to her, his wife. Goddess of life looked dejected. With god of destruction rejecting her in front of god of evil and goddess of kindness, she felt that they should at least stand on her side and persuade him. But god of evil and goddess of kindness didn't care about what goddess of life was thinking at that moment. In their eyes, goddess of life was even being a bit unreasonable. Everyone was a god king. Others were studying how to break through shackles, reach a higher level, or cultivate excellent successors to pass on their god position. Yet here was goddess of life, messing around with trivial matters. If the trees in life forest were withering, and she, goddess of life, didn't even have the ability to save a few trees, she might as well abdicate and let someone else take over. They were still thinking about observing Su Chen's progress. They had neither the time nor the inclination to mediate goddess of life's issues. Seeing that god of evil and goddess of kindness seemed not to have seen god of destruction's excessive behavior, goddess of life's face stiffened. What was going on with goddess of kindness? She had promised to persuade god of destruction to change his mind last time, so why was she acting as if she didn't know anything now? Little Z, you and I are one as a couple. If there is anything, you can discuss it with me. I will definitely support you with all my might. Goddess of life adjusted her strategy in time, deciding to retreat in order to advance. Since outsiders didn't want to intervene in her affairs with god of destruction, she had to rely on herself. Wasn't god of destruction just a bit colder to her? She didn't believe she couldn't turn this tough man into a gentle one. For this, suffering a temporary grievance and lowering her posture was nothing. Who knew that these words of hers hit exactly on god of destruction's pain point? If not for the experiences of the past life, even if goddess of life hadn't said anything, he would have felt that under any circumstances, she would stand on his side. But all the experiences of the past life proved that goddess of life's words were just hot air. The talk of being one as a couple, of full support, it was all empty talk. When god of destruction truly needed support, goddess of life couldn't even manage neutrality. She had smoothly stood on the side of his opponents. This couldn't even be called favoring outsiders. A wife who united with outsiders to deal with her husband, God of Destruction, didn't want to be backstabbed by her again. If you really want to support me, then hurry back to your life forest. That would be the greatest support you could give me. You, Goddess of Life's expression changed. She never expected that God of Destruction would say such ruthless words to her. Previously, when God of Destruction's attitude toward her became cold, she could still attribute it to his personality being affected after his strength improved. But hearing these words from God of Destruction, it was clear he had grievances against her. What exactly had she done to wrong God of Destruction? In the countless years that passed, hadn't she always been by his side? He turned hostile as soon as he said so, changing his heart just like that. Goddess of Life even suspected that God of Destruction had someone else outside. Destruction. Goddess of Life couldn't bear it anymore and had to ask for an explanation. But just as her angry questioning began, Goddess of Kindness, who had been silent until now, advised. Life, Destruction really has things to attend to during this period. You should go back to Life Forest first. Isn't it just the problem of withering trees? I'll go help you take a look later, okay? God of Evil also added. Goodness is right. You really asked the wrong person by coming to Destruction for this. It's easy for him to raise Life Forest, but curing withering trees is just making things difficult for him. God of Evil and Goddess of Kindness both believed the matter God of Destruction was busy with was Su Chen obtaining their legacy. Since God of Destruction was so serious and responsible about their successor, how could they let other things distract him? Goddess of Life was being too unreasonable. Life was so long, there was plenty of time to spend together. Was it necessary to be so dependent on God of Destruction? They even felt God of Destruction had too good a temper. If it were them, having to coax another person for such long years, they would have long since been unable to stand it and parted ways. Goddess of Life was choked with life chi. She had specifically chosen a time when God of Evil and Goddess of Kindness were present, wanting them to judge the situation and stand on her side. At the very least, they could smooth things over and reconcile God of Destruction's attitude toward her. But these two guys had completely sided with God of Destruction. Didn't they see that God of Destruction's personality had changed drastically and his attitude toward her had become so terrible? But under the combined pressure of God of Evil and Goddess of Kindness, Goddess of Life had life chi but no way to vent it. Destruction, if you are annoyed with me, you don't have to see me in the future. Goddess of Life also had a temper. She had gone this far, and God of Destruction still wouldn't turn back. Did he expect her to beg him? She didn't believe that God of Destruction could remain like this forever. It seemed she had been too eager. If she continued to lower her head, how would she live in the future? Who knew if Destruction would push his luck? After saying this, Goddess of Life left the castle of Destruction with a frosty face. Goddess of Life, who was always kind to others, had almost never shown the emotion of life chi so directly. After Goddess of Life left, God of Evil looked at God of Destruction with a hint of sympathy. Destruction, it's too much trouble for you. If you have no time for other things, just let us handle Su Chen's legacy ourselves. In your dreams, before Tang San is secured, don't even think about it. Driving Goddess of Life away, far from feeling depressed as God of Evil and the others thought, God of Destruction felt a sense of relief instead. God of Evil was just hoping to try his luck. God of Destruction didn't agree. After explaining the arrangements for the God Position legacy, he left with Goddess of Kindness. This Tang San is just not as good as the Su Chen we picked. His cultivation speed is also too slow. If we want to win him over, he himself isn't even striving. God of Evil said to Goddess of Kindness with a smile. He said complaining words, but actually, he felt proud of his correct choice. Both having twin spirits, compared to Su Chen, this Tang San was simply like heaven and earth. It was fortunate that God of Destruction agreed early. If it dragged on any longer, he might have even wanted to back out. If you were this smug in front of Destruction, he would definitely break the agreement. Break the agreement. Su Chen is destined to be my successor, no one can change that.